Hello, welcome to the humanity where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt, and I almost forgot I had to say something.
But you didn't. And I appreciate that. And I'm Tommy. And welcome to the show tonight where me and Matt were just kind of both in that mood of, things are just dumb. And we want to laugh at some of the dumb. So thanks for joining us for that.
We're going to make fun things till we feel better.
Mm-hmm. Or until, hopefully, until some of you feel better too. So if that's why you're joining, hope we can accommodate. But before I start dying,
Don't do that yet. It's not time.
I know. At least wait till the show's done. Man. Oh yeah. I guess a couple things. Might as well go ahead and introduce first drink because I want to start drinking. So
Honorary guest this evening. All right, so I have a very tall, arrogant bastard.
Oh, that's a really tall one.
Yeah, it's 19.2 ounces.
Ooh.
And it was $3.
I was about to say, speaking of 19.2 ounces, but I don't know what that means. That's no Bond, you win. I try to make segues whenever I pull up comments and people and stuff, but it doesn't always work, but I do it anyway. For you, the people. But yeah, I need to get one of those sometime because I get the 16 ounce or the pints or bombers or whatever sometimes, but 19 point whatever. I wonder why that specific amount, but
because it's probably an even number in metric. That's my guess. It's probably a standard metric size.
Mm-hmm. Ooh. And thank you for sharing, Bond. First thing on the agenda, I'm drinking Texas whiskey. And since you... oh, yes, since you're first, you do deserve to have a wrench. Here's the thing. I don't know how to do that. Or for people who don't know, like having the wrench, I think that makes you a mod in the chat. Like, I actually don't know how to do that, nor do I know if we're actually big enough to have such things. But if we are...
yeah.
But
it was our understanding we didn't.
Yeah. But speaking of how big we are, which I love to do, we recently, I know last week we were talking about just passing the 50 subscriber mark. I think we're at like 52 or something. Now we're all the way up at like 57. So getting closer to that 62, getting closer to that 62 subscriber dream that I have for some dumb reason. But anyway, I guess now getting to what I'm drinking. Something I thought was appropriate for tonight, and I'll explain here in a little bit, also kind of goes with the shirt for anyone that notices, is the Foggy Geezer hazy IPA from War Pigs.
I haven't had that in a long time, I don't think.
So this is the first time I've had it. Which I've had a couple beers by this brewery, and I mean the beer's good too, but I also just like really love the artwork they have. So the reason I went with the Foggy Geezer by War Pigs. And also the reason for the fit tonight. People don't know, over the weekend was the final performance of both like the legendary Ozzy Osbourne and Black Sabbath, like with all four original members of Black Sabbath, which is
how was that?
A fucking miracle.
Did you watch it? Like, what was it, streaming or anything?
It was. I think you had to like pay for it, so I didn't watch it live. I was just, as it was happening, people were like uploading clips on like YouTube and stuff, and I was watching those. So and then later, the stream of the full Black Sabbath set was put up, and I watched that. I mean, it was only 4 songs, but for people who are also didn't know, I guess Ozzy, like his health is not great. I don't know exactly what his health issues are, other than just being really old,
taking a lot of drugs.
That too. But like for their set, like he couldn't, like he's at the point where he can't even stand like to perform. So they just had him sitting in this like awesome kick-ass looking throne, which was a pretty cool way to do it. But yeah, it was just cool to see him up there. I mean, obviously like his performance isn't what it had been, but his voice, like he's still got it. Like
I was
he,
gonna ask how like
yeah,
how his voice was.
yeah. I mean, you could tell it wasn't the Ozzy of old, but was in fact just old Ozzy. But like he was doing them, and he was like as much as he was, and like still like working the crowd and interacting and stuff. And so yeah, it was just really cool to see. Um, yeah, so in honor of that, and for people not quite sure why this is related to that, "War Pigs" is the name of one of their most popular songs, and also their bass player's name is Geezer. So
Oh, nice.
yeah, Geezer Butler. Um, but yeah, they only did so their set. They only did 4 songs. They opened with War Pigs because they always open with War Pigs. And then the middle two, I don't remember what order, but they did NIB from their first album, the classic, then Iron Man because of fucking course, and Paranoid because again they always close with Paranoid. Um, but yeah, it was just really cool to see. Also, because this is the first time the original 4 members played together in like 20 years because they even did another album, I think back in 2013, but their drummer Bill Ward wasn't on it because I guess they couldn't figure out contracts or whatever. But so this is the first time. He was, I guess, the reason they hadn't played together. Well, I'm not saying I'm blaming him, but it was because of issues with getting him on there because like the other 3 had played together several times. But so it was just really cool to see Bill back. Also, just because he's just one of my favorite drummers of all time, super underrated, but was like hugely influential on me, like as a drummer, just like his style and everything. So, and also like the dude's like 77 years old and he did half the set shirtless, like a 77-year-old man, but he's like, fuck it. I'm awesome, which he is. So it was inspiring. I almost thought maybe I should do the show shirtless, but no, it wasn't that inspired. So I'll just keep with this. And so yeah.
Well, that would
But
be
yeah,
a
it
gimmick.
was.
Hardly anybody does that.
Well, hey, let me know in the chat. Maybe for second drink.
Yeah,
We'll
can
see.
you? Does YouTube like ding you for like flagrant nipples?
I don't know if mine are quite flagrant, but I still have the port, so it kind of looks like I have a third one.
We get in trouble
uh,
for gore because you have a port.
It's not that bad, but but also a cool thing about the concert because it wasn't so like it wasn't just Black Sabbath, but also Ozzy did a set of like 4 songs or so of his like solo stuff. But then before that, it was like hours of like all kinds of other like huge metal bands like Metallica, Slayer, Gojira, Pantera, Guns N' Roses, Mastodon, um, probably some others I'm forgetting. But they also had like some super groups put together with like Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine. He was actually, I guess, the director of the whole event, but like he played in one of the super groups. Had like Steven Tyler from Aerosmith, the drummer from Sleep Token, all kinds of people in there. But so I haven't watched all of it, but I'm again just watching bits and pieces. But the really cool thing about it, well, I guess another really cool thing about it, it was actually a charity event, and they ended up raising like almost $200 million for like local hospitals and stuff.
Okay,
So
that's why Morello was in there. I was like,
mm-hmm.
He's kind of a commie. Why is he running a
Yeah.
big commercial project? And
Yeah, I guess that was one of the stipulations is like, look, no one is making money off of this. This is like, we're just raising money for charity. Like, this is all to celebrate Ozzy and Black
that's
Sabbath.
great. Then
Like,
those hospitals need the money.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
every hospital is about to take a huge haircut.
Well, this was in England.
Oh, fuckers! It's fine. They need money too.
Yeah, I think there were a couple children's hospitals in there.
Oh, now I feel terrible. You're like, they were children, asshole.
But yeah, it was.
I'm
So, yeah,
American. I'm gonna let the children die.
Yeah. Apparently,
Focus
that's
on
how
what's
we roll.
important. Your ideals.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But we'll get to that maybe. But yeah, so that was cool. So I guess here's to Ozzy and Black Sabbath and all them and the children.
Oh, cheers with the cheers
Yeah.
thing instead of the can. I was like, I don't know how to do.
But sorry. And to get back to this, speaking of whether or not we're big enough for the wrench, it's in the eye of the beholder. That's true.
I
It's
don't
all
know why
about.
that sounds like every time somebody says, I get the wrench, I'm like, this isn't the cult you think it is. Or just throw wrenches at people. I was thinking of dodgeball.
Yes, I was just about to say that too. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
You said, I get the wrench. I'm like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't mind throwing a wrench at you.
Oh man. So yeah, so that's I guess my personal update about things. How about you, Matt? Anything to
Uh,
let the people know about before we get back to the Huffster?
uh, one personal thing involving federal funding and how it affects me that may or may not be happening right now, but I don't want to go into details because my wife didn't want me to post it on Facebook. So I figured here probably isn't okay either. But that's going
No,
on in my
good.
mind. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, looked into some other stuff. This isn't the same thing, but we're part of the Medicaid expansion, and Ohio has this like one of those trigger laws. If your state has a trigger law, you're assholes. Because so
What
federal
is that
funding,
exactly?
it means if the federal government stops doing something, then they've already passed a law in the past that was federally illegal at the time. But if the federal government changes the law, as soon as that law goes into effect, it triggers a state law change. Um,
Mm.
and that happened with abortion and stuff when that was how our government sees that changed. It triggered a bunch of state changes as soon as the court made the decision. Um, and Ohio has a thing where if federal matching for Medicaid funds drops below 90% of what it drops below 90% matching, immediately everyone who was receiving that Medicaid gets cut.
Mm.
Not just decreased, cut. They're not like, you get the same, but only with 90% federal matching. No. They're like, yeah. So in a year and a half, 2 years, I forget when it takes effect, I think 2028 or around there. That's when it is scheduled to not be a thing anymore in Ohio. But since laws don't matter anymore, it's just kind
Yeah.
of just whenever they decide that they're done with it. So yeah, we have some drastic money changes to make, but we're in a decent spot. I don't want to
Oh,
go into too
good.
much detail, but like we're not worried about housing. That's
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
that's not a problem. We can actually skip payments on that. We have quite a deal with someone. Um,
Mm. Yeah.
and
That's big.
yeah, that's real big. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, but I'm super unpleased with anybody who's like, God has a plan. Like,
Right. Well, then I wish you'd consult me on this plan. Reminds me of a line from a Depeche Mode song, like, if God has a master plan that only he understands, I hope it's your eyes he's looking through.
no, God has a plan thing.
Yeah.
That only really works for you, I think, if the range of hardship you can have doesn't actually dip that deep,
Right.
because
Mm-hmm.
that's not a comfort. That's like a threat.
Right. Yeah. It's like, yeah, I mean, not I don't want to go too dark right off the bat here, but just think of all various manners of situations that children particularly find themselves in around the world and say like, oh, it's
Yeah,
all part of God's plan.
get some
Like,
atheists in that area
really?
walking around just punching anybody that tells a grieving person that God has a plan.
I'll volunteer. Yeah.
Just
Um,
penalty clock them.
Yeah, because also like this is also situations where you hear that apologetic or excuse for like the problem of evil and suffering. It's like, oh, but well, see, God may not take away like the suffering or stop it or whatever, but He's right there with you while you're suffering through it. It's like again, your like floor for like as low as you've been in your life. Maybe this isn't the case, but it just you're making it sound like you've never gone really that far low as
Yeah.
far as suffering and whatever. Because first of all, I mean, this is something I've talked about before. It's like, okay, just saying He's there. It's like, well, I can get that from people. So I guess if you don't get that from people, then that can be comforting. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but this is God we're talking about. He's supposed to be able to do more. Plus, if you're saying like it's one thing to say like God just like lets bad stuff happen to people, like He just doesn't care, or He's just like, whatever, part of my plan. But actually putting God there on the scene, like while it's happening, and again, as much as you're comfortable letting your mind wander and imagine, think of this applying to some pretty heinous shit, and just picture Jesus, this just He's there the whole time, just watching and not doing shit about it.
Yeah.
So,
He needs to get off his
so
ass.
right, so this thing that's supposed to be comforting, oh, He's right there with you while it's happening, like that actually makes it worse. Like to put Him there on the scene, not doing anything. But yeah,
Because either he can't do something or he's choosing not to.
mm-hmm.
He's just like, hey, but we can pal around.
Yeah, like again, just going back to the whole like parenting analogy, just thinking of my kids, like if they're like away from me somewhere and like somebody hurts them or whatever, and like I wasn't there to stop it, like okay, that's well, I can still apologize. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't there. Sorry, I couldn't do anything about it. But if I was there when it happened and I didn't do anything, then I'm a pretty awful parent. So
Now, what if you're in charge of a country, right? You're not God. You want to be. I'm pretty sure you might be, but
it's just a hypothetical.
Somebody tells you if you do this thing, okay, more makes it easier for bad things to happen. And they're like, to rich people? And then they're like, I mean, maybe, but no, probably not. And he's like, all right, so what's the problem?
Right? Yeah. So, but speaking of God, like allowing or presiding over some heinous shit, what say we get back to Mr. Wes Huff?
Okay.
From last week. So, for those of us who were joining us last week, for which was, I did confirm, our longest episode ever.
Yeah.
I thought our election night episode was longer, but we actually surpassed it by like 3 or 4 minutes. So,
I had forgotten how long that one was.
Yeah, so just over 5 hours.
That kind of deteriorated at the end. It was like a wide range of emotions, and like it was probably going to break down into an argument. Even though, like,
you talking about last week or election night?
Election night.
Okay, yeah.
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 Because we were all just having all the feels, and nobody was happy.
Yeah.
We were all on the same side, but we're like, I feel vulnerable.
Yeah, I think Jimmy was probably the most positive and upbeat. I mean, that's just Jimmy. But yeah, the rest of us, it's like it was rough. But anyway,
it gets better. Okay, like
mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go into it, but there's like a lot of stuff pointing to it getting better. Okay, we'll probably have a better situation people-wise, but I don't know how safe it will be physically. It depends how bad things get before it gets better.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Just mean like there's a lot less people looking out for everyone now, in some places. Mm-hmm. So, but as far as people giving a shit and caring and trying to build something better, I think I have a feeling we start to recover about as quickly as we're going south, maybe faster. if it's a while and technology is much better. But it does get better.
Yeah.
We're at the end of a 25,000 year cycle in the equinox precession. As a, I don't want to go into it, but there's it's just the patterns of where the planet is in relation to the sun and everything. And there's like it has effects on people throughout history, and we're at the end of it where the whole aggression control thing, like domination and control, that whole mentality, if that's how we survive, tends to flip, it seems. Anyway, that gets into some woo-woo stuff that has my eye right now, but
I see.
it is matching a lot of reality, which is uncomfortable.
Right.
Like, oh, if that's true, then this is true, scientific method stuff. And I'm like, let's lay that back over things and throughout history, and like it matches up like the same. It doesn't make any sense because one is story based and one is like reality, but they also kind of like
only slightly.
No, not okay. I'm only interested in the Age of Aquarius BS as it like matches up with reality. That's all. Like if it like because I think people do have intuitions sometimes, and I like to see if intuitions line up with reality. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah. No, I don't buy into the whole like astrology, horoscope stuff, but I happen to be an Aquarius, so if this is my age, then cool. Welcome to it, everyone. But speaking of which, our other friend and friend of the show, Aaron Tomlinson, he has done some really good explanations about astrology because like he like totally buys into it, but the way he explains it, it is so much more than how most people view astrology and horoscopes and like stuff like that.
Is it more about like recognizing patterns and not like it's descriptive, not prescriptive?
I don't remember really. I just remember, oh, that's not exactly what I thought, but also thinking I still don't really buy into it, but it was nice to hear a better explanation from Aaron. So,
I mean, it happens when Earth peoples. So I figure whatever the Earth is doing probably affects people. And
we
have the ability to look at larger timescales now than we couldn't in the past. And I'm just wondering if certain intuitions people had actually like match reality. And no, I'm not looking at like Age of Aquarius like websites and shit. I'm like doing some AI research and asking questions and then looking at other stuff on my own.
Yeah. Plus, that song "Age of Aquarius" is kind of annoying anyway. All right. Speaking of kind of annoying
hippies.
So, people remember last week we were for the second drink, but ended up being like a good like 3.5 hours of the show. Again, I blame the chat. Also, thank you for interacting and sidetracking us. So we were watching this interview with Mr. Wes Huff. Like,
I like to call him Wuss Puff.
Yes, thank you, BS. That's why I see. That's why I prefer the pronunciation Uranus, because it doesn't sound like urine or anus. But that's just me.
That just sounds like you like fancy anus.
Well, maybe I do. Anyway, so we were watching this video of Wes Huff. Wes Huff. People aren't familiar with him. He's like the hottest thing in Christian apologetics in these days. He's not quite fully a biblical scholar, like clearly intelligent dude, like knows a lot of things, but I guess he's still studying to get his PhD. So he's not actually like full-fledged scholar yet, but people are like treating him as if he is. Like he's been on shows like this. This is Flagrant, I think. And he's been on Joe Rogan, like a bunch of other shows, but basically people just treat him as if he's some sort of Bible expert, and he has shown time and time again that he's really not. He's definitely apologist first, scholarship second.
And I think he is smarter than he seems, because there are times where like he's doing some pretty sneaky shit. Also, do a little. Here's a. This might be a deep cut, but he's the hottest thing to hit the Lollipop Guild since the Yellow Brick Road. I don't know.
Is that a short joke?
It is. We represent the Lollipop Guild.
I'm gonna put this up a little longer just in hopes that like Facebook or YouTube like chooses this as a freeze frame. But
fucking Alexa.
It's conspiring against you again. All right. That was enough of that. All right. So where we left off, they were having a discussion about if non-Christians will make it to heaven. And Wes was saying all kinds of, I mean, it was all a bunch of boilerplate apologetic stuff, but he was like mixing so many like metaphors and illustrations that he was actually ended up saying things that like later contradicted himself just like a couple minutes after another thing he said.
Like, I'm going to tell you no, but make you think I said yes.
Yeah, it's like he was trying to play both sides of the whole, well, but because he was using the whole C.S. Lewis, hell is locked from the inside, and like, well, people end up in hell because they chose to go there. But then he's like, but then when it got to the part of what about like children who die or people who just never heard of Jesus at all? And he's like, and then Wes gets back to the whole, well, you got to remember, like, none of us deserve heaven. So wait, do we just go there by default and it's automatic, or do we choose it? Like,
yeah. And I could see like going to hell accidentally, accidentally on purpose, whatever.
And then we're like, oh, this was a mistake. Good thing it's locked from the inside. Other problem is apparently Jesus holds.
It's the staying in hell that like nobody's been able to explain. They always just like they explain it like you just want to keep sinning though. You like sin so much. I'm like, more than I like not being on fire.
Right. Well, but here's the other hiccup in the whole like hell's locked from the inside because the Bible also says that Jesus holds the keys.
Is he there too?
Something. Well, no. See, he got it. I guess while he was in hell, he just like took the keys off the key ring that was like hanging next to the door, But then he like locked it on his way out and just shut it behind him and kind of like locked himself out.
Did he tell anybody he did that? That might be the problem.
Yep. That's quite the problem. All right. Well, figure we've had this guy's dumb face on here long enough without actually listening to.
I want to see his face say words.
All right. So this, I backed it up slightly from where we ended it last week. I don't quite remember where it was, but let's find out together. Won't you?
Optimistic that I personally would not damn that individual because I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
And God is more than capable to reveal himself. I mean, Paul says in Romans that God's divine attributes and invisible qualities have been shown throughout creation so that no man is without excuse.
I don't think that was the question. So the question wasn't there's that like weird disappointed sigh, but like his post when he does that sigh, he's like, I don't believe you, but damn, you're pretty.
Yeah, he's like, I'm disappointed with how turned on I am right now. It's kind of what that sounds like.
Well, he is showing like half a calf there, so.
Oh yeah. See that? Unfortunately, I don't think they get to that, but yeah, that's what the people want.
That'd be a hell of a bonus feature, though, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
The way he phrased that, it sounds. I don't remember what happened before this exactly, but it sounded like he was shifting. What the question was one thing, and then he changes it to it's like he's shaping whatever the question was to God's not capable, and he's like, well, God's more than capable, and that's not what the issue was.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think it was. Yeah. So I think he's now getting into. Hi, Aaron.
Tommy
getting into. I think what he was just starting to talk about was the whole. Damn it! I lost it. Well, let's just back him up a little bit.
Back him up.
Back it up. Let's say we're 226.55.
Back up the propaganda bus.
Hope. So I am optimistic that I personally would not damn that individual because I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah.
Also,
You're
I think they're
optimistic
talking
that
about
you wouldn't?
yeah, like, and are they talking
Wait.
about someone who just never heard? Is that what they're talking about?
I think so.
Yeah,
Because Mario went, Luigi went back to the problem he had before about the island that's never heard.
yeah.
And I think he when he went back to it, he was talking about like, and what if there's people on the island? Maybe there's a dude. He's like just as good as Jesus, does all the stuff that Jesus did, but he's not a Christian. He's never heard about it. Is he cool? And he's like, well, I am confident I wouldn't send him to hell. It's like, wasn't the question or the issue.
Yeah. Yeah, also, you're not, and apparently you can't trust your own like judgment and understanding and sense of morality for all this stuff, even though
Isn't your heart
God.
deceitful above all things? I mean,
yes.
and you being a wicked asshole, like what? Can't we expect God to do better than you? And you wouldn't damn him. Are you saying God is worse than you?
I think that's what he's saying. Yeah, what
better is worse.
You heard it here, folks. Wes Huff thinks he's better than God. That's what I heard. So I didn't say it.
But the better is an illusion because our hearts are deceitful, wicked above all things, and we need to believe what people say about the God man.
Unless
let
they
the God man tell you himself. You got to have the right filter.
Yeah, it has to be filtered through someone's corrupt flesh.
Right. Yeah, because denominations are fine. Heart, human mind, bad.
Yeah.
What?
Make it make sense, Wester.
And God is more than capable to reveal himself. I mean, Paul says in Romans that God's divine attributes and invisible qualities have been shown throughout creation so that no man is without excuse.
Wait. No, he skipped over something. Just because God is capable doesn't mean he has.
Wait.
He said, like, God is more than capable of revealing himself. And then the verse about no one has excuse because even the rocks and trees and shit. I don't know.
No, but the way he phrased it was, I believe he said, no one is without excuse. And that's a double negative. So that means everyone
have excuses.
But he's not the only apologist I've heard say it that way when talking about this verse. I've heard this other guy, I can't remember his name.
Is that them letting us know that like they know we do have an excuse? Accidentally?
Yep, subconsciously. Yeah, see, Jordan Peterson, if he actually cared about speaking about Christianity with any kind of integrity, he would have a field day with that.
JJPP.
So there's an aspect of nobody can stand before God and say, I just didn't have enough. I didn't know enough. Because God is saying creation is screaming at you that there's something.
Yeah.
It's pretty non-obvious.
Okay. Yes. So again, it's like pick a lane, because I think the most recent stance he had on this was the whole, look, we don't deserve it. So, so maybe he's trying to set it up that maybe this is his way of trying to connect it back to the whole, but we do have a choice because, well, everyone knows. So, I mean, everyone has to make a choice because we all clearly know. It's like, but first of all, it's one thing to know that a God exists that created everything. Yeah. It's quite another to take it to the step of, oh, and I sinned, and that's going to keep me out of heaven and that's me actually choosing to go to hell, but I need to accept that he sent himself to earth. Well, it was a dude, but apparently it took him a good few hundred years to actually decide if that was actually him or not. But they did finally decide that it was. So that was him. He sent himself to get killed, and then that fixed it. And I have to believe that. See, that is clear by just looking at trees.
Yeah, and not only do we have to believe it, you got to believe it exactly.
Yes.
That it was translated exactly correctly into English. And that we can take the English version literally. And it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that it was like 70 years and shit since like the man actually said it. And it's really weird that in the written stories about Jesus, like no record of Jesus telling people to write shit down.
Right.
So it's probably word of mouth, and his version of Judaism was a little loosey goosey to hand things down rigidly, word for word, like traditional Judaism was.
Word for word. Wow. Sorry.
Wow.
Joe Rogan reference for people who saw Wes Huff on his show.
It's really funny to see people who are sober when he's interviewing them, and they can't recognize the weed responses, where like something that sounds more profound because his brain's taking it in like 8 different other ways. So they think they're amazing, and
See, and apparently my talent for awesome freeze frames on this guy continues. I mean, look at that look on his face. Like,
that is nearly a Lollipop Guild face. When they go, Lollipop Guild. It's like those 50-year-old men that they got dressed up like little kids and holding lollipops.
Yeah.
And they like they're gonna go beat up like Italian people or something because they're Irish.
See, but Wes here, he has a RLGF, Resting Lollipop Guild face.
Oh, good.
See, actually, what I was thinking this face was more communicating was it's like he knows what he's saying, some bullshit.
Yeah.
It's like look at that face. Like he knows what he did. So. Oh, thanks, BS. Like we may get like, we may clear 5.
Doubled.
Awesome.
My goodness, you think highly of yourself.
Well, but he knows what low number he's doubling, so it's probably accurate.
Yeah, it's not hard, really.
Right. All right. So let's get back to Wes feeling guilty about what he knows he's bullshitting about.
And I think that like,
but the only way to heaven is through Jesus Christ.
So
don't cut him off. He's about to say something. Bun.
Jesus saying, "I'm the way, the truth, and life. No one comes to the Father but through me." I would say we have an imperative to tell that person about the God that they believe in and who that is. And that's what Paul does in Acts chapter 17.
But we have that imperative.
But he said, what if the person with that imperative doesn't get to that island?
Right?
So he's like, cool, somebody has an imperative. What if that asshole doesn't have money to get a boat? Like,
yeah. Or he's too... Or it's like there's so many islands, and we can only get to so many. So it's like, okay, so and also,
that's why you got tithe, so dickheads can get to islands.
It makes perfect sense, but okay. So also, like taking into,
like that's never mind. Sorry, I didn't like that. That's why food assistance pays me the big bucks.
Fair enough. But also keep in mind in this whole picture, like God's omniscience, like he knows what's going to happen based on like what he does. So even if he does set it up that, okay, well, it's going to be the people's job to tell everyone this batshit crazy story about me and this stuff I did. So, but they're just going to have to believe it from other people. So if it doesn't happen, then it's the people's fault. So it's basically God passing the buck, which is really odd for God to do.
Wait, that's another reason why the religious people, the evangelicals, really like Donald Trump, because he does this. He tries to blame it on an underling. If you didn't do it, your fault. I don't know. I'm awesome. It must be your fault.
Right.
And sometimes he'll get people to do illegal things for him without them knowing. That's another spin on it. So they think they're doing what's right and not lying, but they're not.
Yeah. Yeah, which is why, like, I mean, and I get where they're coming from and what they're trying to say, but like with all these people saying, like, I don't understand why all these Christians like Trump because he's so un-Christ-like and
have you read the damn book
at all? Like, yeah, have you read it? Like, I mean, he's into the, sleeping with multiple women kind of thing, having kids.
They're only happy women, according to his best friend Epstein.
Yep.
They're best friends for 10 years, according to Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's not the most honest guy, but
fair enough. But then also the whole like narcissist that like must have people worshiping him and adoring him, and he's always claiming how he's the best at everything, and also like not up too big a fan of foreigners.
well, neither was Jesus.
Yeah.
So it all works.
Right? Yeah. So yeah, that's why I like to say like Trump is actually quite like the God of the Bible, even Jesus.
Jesus was
sometimes.
pro-Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
Anti everybody else.
Yeah. Anyway,
it all makes sense now.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. All right. So now back to victim blaming, essentially. It's like, so if people don't get saved, it's really our fault.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Mm-hmm. When he goes to Athens and he goes to the Areopagus and he says, "You have a shrine to an unknown god." In one sense, that's silly, but let me tell you about the unknown god.
So that you go to the right
worshiping,
place.
put a name to it,
and
actually tell you the person that your heart is actually crying out to, because you.
It's like, first of all, that's silly. I'm like,
It occurred to me that maybe the word silly is an excellent test to see if someone is homosexual. Because I don't know. In my experience, I could be stupid. I haven't come across somebody who is gay who says silly without them being their full selves. Does that make any sense? It's just something. Maybe it's just me. Maybe something I've noticed that isn't there. But he's like.
But when does that happen?
He's like, that's silly. Just like.
Okay. Anyway, so I guess the hot take, I'm not really a big fan of either, but I see what you did there, though.
Yeah, I can tell they're talented, but I don't like either. It's one of those things. They're good, not for me.
But yes, but that was funny, BS. So, and once again, hey, I don't know if I have a talent for this or if Wes Huff just is always just making faces like this. So it's just
he's trying to put on lipstick. Also, where are his eyebrows? He just has like phantom eyebrows. They're kind of there.
Yeah, they're in there. I think it's because the face he's making is maybe kind of like pushing him up a little. So, anyway.
Bear his image. And in that sense, we have to be careful, because if we make it about like what we do and what we believe and what we, in that way, it's meritorious.
I understand what you're saying.
And the commandments, something like the Ten Commandments.
It said before that it is that, but it's not based on what you do. Did you see him catching himself? Where he's like,
yep.
Where he's trying to figure out, are they smart enough to catch what I'm about to say? And then he just doesn't change it.
He's like, they're dumbasses. Yeah.
Here's the weird thing. Luigi too is right. Is doesn't seem to be putting up with a lot of this at this point.
Mm-hmm.
His noises kind of shows true emotion, and then you get his like his hosting duty things that he says. Also, not cool that Man Bun cut the host off when the host was saying something.
Right.
To correct him, basically. He picked up that he was about to say something, like he was winding up, and then the guy's like, "But Jesus and God are good."
Which, I mean, but also, like, I'm a little sympathetic because, like, they haven't really let him talk, like, pretty much at all, at least for the portion we've been watching. I don't know. Maybe he, like, yapped too much earlier in the interview.
It's been the Wes Huff show, like, for most of this.
Yep.
Are less of a thou shalt not and more of a promise in that God is not a murderer. You're created in his image. Don't murder. God is not an adulterer. You're created in his image. Don't commit adultery. God is not a thief. You're created in his image. Don't steal things. It's actually calling you to live up to the standard of the image that you bear.
It's interesting it doesn't say that.
Yeah. Right?
And it says the thing that you said it's not about. I don't know. Seems like if you're gonna write something down on magic rocks for a long time, that you might want it to be clear.
Yes, it's so clear that it doesn't say that, but it's clear. But yeah, but
also, is God always naked? Because like, you know how like you're not supposed to look on a naked person because it's a big sin and like I don't know, pluck out your eyes or something, right? You're not supposed to see your father naked, mother naked, or whatever it was in the Old Testament. And they saw their father's nakedness in the cave and it got all like hanky.
Well, apparently, and not to sidetrack this, but apparently,
so like when you see God, is that why you like you can be blinded or you can die? Is because is that like God's always naked?
It's like But real quick about the whole like Noah and like his sons like seeing like their father's nakedness or whatever. Apparently, that's also a euphemism for something. The way I heard it explained once, like that
seeing someone's nakedness is a euphemism. What's that a euphemism for?
From what I heard, is it's possibly a euphemism for like sleeping with someone's wife. So it's almost like one of Noah's sons like slept with their mom. So now if that's what they did,
is that because she belongs to the dad and that's not her nakedness, it's his?
Yeah, something like that. Like I said, like now if I don't know if Dr. Kip's in the chat, if he
that makes a lot of sense because
that, but yeah,
if you're writing to ancient people know what you got to do for your people to survive. If there's only like a man and woman left, like all bets are off, like survival time. That
right. Right. Yeah, God is not a coveter of ass. Because, I mean, have you seen his? I mean, come on. It apparently was so glorious that Moses, according to some misinterpretations, grew horns. That's right. Made them all horny.
Wait, he grew horns when seeing...
He didn't actually... They're, like... I guess what the text actually says, it says something about like his face just like became more glorious, but I guess with the words that were used for a while, it was actually mistranslated as that he grew horns. So that's why there still exist like old, like I don't know if it's like Renaissance or earlier.
He had a glow, is what you're saying,
right? But that's why you can still see today like old like carvings and statues and depictions of Moses with horns.
I like that idea better.
Hundreds of years old, yeah, it's pretty awesome. But
wait, so what were you saying? Oh, I could see how if you're telling a story about like the end of the world and the rebirth, that like that would make sense. That they would have to tell people, yeah, like what you would probably do. They do that too. Like they saw the nakedness and there's a problem and all that. They're like, how you want to bang your mom? Well, or yeah. So. Wow, the past was the worst.
Right, but also speaking of which, thanks James for the extra info on that. So, all right.
Indeed. Also, did God name his butt Balaam? No, wait, no, that Balaam's donkey. Did the donkey have a name?
No, they didn't name the donkey. But I will not ask. But if BS wants to share, hey man, this is a safe space.
Are you asking BS to share ass?
I'm not asking. What even is this show anymore?
Well, I don't know what's Wes going
and flourish ultimately. But I would say that there's an aspect of the person who doesn't understand that sees those things as a burden and sees them as a rule.
Oh yes, all the people who don't understand what the text doesn't say about why it's not a thou shalt. I love how he says it's not really so much a thou shalt and thou shalt not, even though that's literally what it says. It says thou shalt and thou shalt not.
Yeah.
It's not that thing that it says actually in the words. It is the thing that it doesn't say though. Yeah. See, Wes is a better writer than the Bible, apparently. So he needed to explain it better than the Bible itself.
You need thinking pecs. The Bible didn't have thinking pecs. That's where he does his best thinking.
Yeah, just aspects. So, which is a funny image.
And I would actually say that it's a calling by our Creator to live up to the standard that He actually created us to be for the sake of human flourishing.
I mean, like an
And why do
instruction
you think that we would like?
that you said it wasn't?
Yeah.
Uh,
Right. And if you, and it's like, look, he's just calling you to do this thing. But if you don't, you go to hell. That's all.
This is a great freeze frame, too.
Yeah.
This is the Lord help me face.
It's like, if you're there, God.
It's a me, Mario.
Are you there, God? Why has that book not been written?
Seriously, if that's not fan fiction somewhere, we need somebody who knows more about the lore of Mario Brothers to do that, because I don't. But like, I'd be, if I had money to pay somebody, I would pay somebody to do it. I would definitely like to read it.
Yes, please. But BS with a good point here. Wasn't one of Noah's sons trying to share ass with his brothers?
Wow.
I guess he was. See, yeah, and all his brothers are like, no, gross.
Right. So if the ass is calling to you, is it also talking? I mean,
see,
it's not one for one, but the pattern repeats.
But yeah, also another good point. Better to be a coveter of ass than a coverer. Right? Which
wait. Are you mocking Bond for covering his ass? I don't know what's happening. That sounds a bit grapey.
But it also reminds me of so there's this park.
Bond, remember, no means no.
Right? Yeah, enthusiastic consent, enthusiastic continuous. Yeah. Anyway.
No, that's an excellent point. At any point,
Right.
are they less? They seem less interested. Does it become a softer yes?
I mean, I can't argue with that. So, but this is reminding me of something I saw. So there's this park like near my parents' house, and there's like a big lake, like where you can go fishing and stuff. But there's a sign by the lake, and it says, "Bass must be released." So I guess if you catch a bass, you got to put it back. But the B part had been worn out and wasn't really visible. So it looked like the sign just says ass must be released. And long story short, I'm no longer welcome at the park.
Yeah, somebody did that on purpose.
For following the rules. Anyway. So let's see what's got Luigi so distressed.
It to be.
I'm sorry, was that offensive?
I don't know. I mean, Nintendo seems fine.
Yeah, well, they're Japanese, so that's okay. So Mario is an Italian from Brooklyn. He's for sure Catholic. Oh, yeah, I'd watch him around the mushroom.
Yeah, they do seem pretty anxious.
Yeah, Toad does not seem like he feels safe. So maybe as long as that's not part of the. You there, got it to me, Mario. But I guess like that part. Okay, he is Catholic, so he probably does pray. So that's probably how he prays.
Wait, can we just take the original Judy Blume book, just change what we need to in it for it to apply to Mario? So it's the same book, and then Mario's getting his period and shit.
But you're just reading the whole thing in that voice.
No, but I'm saying like you change like what like isn't funny and just draws attention to this isn't about him, and then leave in some of the stuff that like it's not about him, but it does a 180 and it's actually funnier if you leave it in. That could be interesting.
He'll leave it in. So
looks like he's about to call bullshit in this freeze frame.
So let's find out.
Merit-based. Because I think that's that we want to contribute.
Hold on, let's
humans are very
so it's our fault again.
And flourishing.
Yeah.
And why do you think that we would like it to be merit-based?
Because I think that's that we want to contribute.
Did you see him?
Humans
see his face?
Yeah.
He's like, the way he made eye contact, he's like, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Like, I'm not pleased.
And I am learning way more about our viewers than I ever thought I would want to. But I appreciate the engagement. Get a room, you two. Anyway. So he's talking about like the whole whether it should be merit-based kind of thing. And he's like, but I guess Wes is trying to make it sound like, oh, it's like, yeah, we would all want it to be merit-based, but that's like a ridiculous way to put it. Because clearly, even though like, oh yeah, merit-based, like justice, people actually being rewarded or punished for what they actually do, not for like what someone did several thousand years ago, apparently. And
with Luigi's question, there's a little bit of something in there about like he's trying. I don't know if he's trying to indicate or if it's just in there. That we made this up. He's like, but why would we want to be merit based? Or he could be given into some conditioning he's had, where like everything God does is because of us. It's either our fault or because we're awesome, but it's always about us. Except when you can't explain something and then it's purely about God.
Exactly. Yeah, but here's the thing with the whole like it being merit based. Like it's like first of all, like this is something that even a lot of Christians, because honestly, even the Bible itself can't really seem to make up their minds about is how much works and actions actually do factor into it. Because there's the whole especially with like Protestant Christianity is all about like it's not about works, it's about faith. Take it from Paul or whoever wrote Ephesians, which apparently probably wasn't Paul, but the whole thing, it's not by faith, it's not by works, but by faith you have been saved. And it's all about just believing in Jesus and just accepting the gift. You don't got to do a thing, you just got to believe and accept it. But now, first of all, that's completely contrary to pretty much everything Jesus said about how to be saved and go to heaven. Like he was all about, like the famous passage of like, the sheep and the goats where he says like if you, or maybe it wasn't the sheep and the goats, but where he said like, I was hungry and you fed me. I was sick and you took care of me. I was in prison and you visited me. Like, so he makes it very much sound like it's all about the things you do for people because you're really doing it for me or not doing it for me, the case may be. So, and because in Jesus's preaching, it was all about like how you lived and what you did. I mean, belief was part of it. Sure. Like he wanted you like to believe in him, believe in God, but it was all about, see, James knows Matthew 25. That was it. Yes.
James is back.
Yeah. But so trying to make it, which again, this is one of the most mind-blowing things about Christianity is how it became so based on Paul.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Over and above Jesus, or even over and above any of the other disciples. Because if you remember, like I think it was in Acts where like Paul and Peter were having a dispute about something.
Mm-hmm.
And Paul ended up being the one winning out, even though Peter was the one who was actually one of the 12 disciples who was with Jesus and knew him personally, especially if because this is one of the things that a lot of apologists will, when they talk about why like the Gospels are so reliable, to say, well, these are from eyewitnesses and people who were actually with Jesus and saw him and stuff. Okay, well, that's Peter. So and he was like obviously one of the earliest, like as close to Jesus as you can get pretty much. But instead of what he thought and how things should be run, I don't remember exactly what the dispute was over. It doesn't really matter. The point is like we have a thing about how Christianity should work or what people is involved or whatever. And the dispute was between a guy who was literally a disciple of Jesus, like as close to the guy as you can get, versus a guy who just saw him in a vision that may or may not have even actually been real. Like,
and if
my money's on not, and that's who we went with.
Yeah, and if Jesus actually said, like, Peter is a rock I build my church on, that probably didn't happen, but let's say he did, then sounds like he's the one whose opinion matters the most. It's weird how today's most conservative Christians follow the most progressive apostle in the Bible, like compared to the disciples. He's one open like salvation to not the Jews, which is directly against what Jesus said he came for.
Right? Yeah, but. Yeah, because also you think about like Paul, what he wrote in his books, like it's been pointed out by a lot of people, like Paul really doesn't talk about Jesus's actual teachings.
No, he had a vision
at all. Yeah, so it's really more Paul is a lot of what he's doing is just trying to make sense of his death and then what they saw as his resurrection. Okay, what does that mean? It wasn't really about Jesus's actual life and teachings and what he said. It's like, no, it's like this weird thing happened that kind of freaked us all out and we don't know what to do with it. So that's what we're going to figure out.
This Jesus led me to disagree with his followers, but I don't know.
Yep. For real.
Coming in clutch.
Yep. With the smooches. So apparently Wes thinks we're savages for not taking Jesus' handout, but probably looks down on food stamp recipients.
I know.
Well, see, I don't know. He is Canadian. They seem to be a little more accepting of that sort of thing. But I'm sure a lot of the people who are big fans of Wes and big fans of Jesus.
He would probably say you need to make sure, we need to make sure they deserve it. And by the way, doing that is more expensive than just letting fraud happen.
Right?
Yeah.
But yes, without Judas, Jesus wouldn't have been able to keep dodging his destiny. Like he basically was this whole time. He's like, even in the garden, he's like, you sure? Even like, you're me, but are you sure? Not my will, but yours, which is mine, but yours, but not mine.
Judas accidentally called Jesus bluff, I think. He's like, yeah, you're going to save the world. And like, oh, cool, do it. And he's like, turn the other cheek.
But what, Bond? You're saying like Christians get upset when you point out the clear and obvious things in their book?
Man. Well, you brought the cognitive dissonance to light. Man, they interpret that as evil.
That sounds like your fault.
They recognize their own dissonance and blame you.
But also, thank you for your service.
You're like, hi guys, here's a hand grenade. Bye.
But you're the ones who pulled the pin. So, all right.
Save me.
Talk me into it. I dare you.
I also think we want heaven without subscribing to
also the alternative,
the rigidity of the religion. I think there's part of it.
I saw this part and I was like Luigi, no! Because he just starts. I'm like, who got to you? Because he starts repeating the propaganda, like the thought-stopping things, and I was like, you're in somebody's men's group.
Yeah.
Show us on the doll where they touched you. They touched me in my sensibilities.
Yeah, which because they say things like, "Oh, they want heaven," but without buying into the whole religion thing. Like, well, yeah. I want eternal paradise without having to believe some ridiculous, potentially very harmful bullshit. Like, yeah. Like, why can't it work that way?
Isn't that why we build tools? Like, I don't know, whatever helps me be lazy.
Yep. Let's see. Okay, so if Jesus knew Judas was going to betray him, and it would be better that he was never born, why didn't he just turn himself in?
Less dramatic.
But if God knew it'd be better for Judas to never been born, why did he make him get born? Like that sounds like his fault again. But
yeah, what purpose did Judas serve? I mean, other than to fertilize the field when he fell headlong / got hung.
yeah,
It's kind of the opposite. You fall headlong, aren't you like almost directly the opposite position of being hung?
yeah, but people say, oh, that means like they're trying to like reconcile the two stories, and they say, oh, he hung himself, but then like the rope broke, even though it doesn't say that that's what happened, but the rope broke, and then he fell headlong because everyone knows when you're hanging and the rope breaks, your body just midair just turns.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, here's how.
I mean, Judas fell foot long.
What a bunch of geniuses! What a bunch of fucking geniuses! They never came up with this. All right. So maybe he climbed the tree, right? And he's like, sitting on the branch. Ties a rope to it, ties a rope around his neck. He's like, gotta stand up, gotta get a big old yank, so then he falls headlong from the tree branch, right? And then goes yoink, and for some reason bows, bloop, falling open. I don't know why that happened. Maybe he had like really big gas bubble at the exact same time, like he had max G forces. I don't know.
Maybe Hannibal was there, so it's like that scene from the movie Hannibal. For anyone who's seen that,
or a ghost with a knife.
With a knife that it was a real knife. The knife is not a ghost.
No.
But the ghost can somehow hold the real knife and make it do things.
No, ghost blades can cut people. Of course they can. I mean, because that's the scariest thing.
Well, that's right. There is like the ghost blade in the video game Dark Souls.
Oh, it must be real.
And that's the only way you can attack the ghosts in the New Londo ruins. So that makes.
How do you hold it?
Nailed the dismount. Yep.
Yeah, he did.
You see, the Trinity is equal until it's
high
not.
marks even from the Russian judge.
Jesus and the Father are equal until they aren't. Jesus knew what was going to happen, but did and didn't want it to happen, but it all makes sense. I couldn't have explained it any better because I don't think you can explain it in any way that's better than not good.
See, that's why it's got to be symbolic, if anything. Like whoever came up with this like interwoven meaning, because I think there probably was a real Jesus, and he for sure died because he was a person.
Yeah, like you do. Yeah.
Probably died on a cross because if he taught that out loud, like eventually someone's going to kill him in that period.
Yeah.
But then I don't know. Just I could see somebody making more hay with it if it's metaphorical than if you got to take it seriously, because at some point you just have to stop trying to figure it out and come to the conclusion. It's like, yeah, sometimes it's this and sometimes it's the opposite, but like they're both true. Which means nothing. It literally means nothing.
Yeah.
Like both of those things to be true, like it's either different timelines or everything ceases to exist. Exactly when that happens.
Yeah.
So thanks.
Oh, apologetics.
God/Jesus for not terminating everything. I don't know.
At least not yet.
Not yet.
But yeah, because he promises not to do it.
What happens if we face our cognitive dissonance like everyone at once? Do we die? What happens?
Well, one way to find out.
I mean, if it actually has spiritual impact, what would happen? I don't know.
Interesting. Maybe we'll do that next week.
Does Jerusalem come down like a giant golden Borg cube?
Just like our prayer cult trainers.
And does it land right on Jerusalem, like the old Jerusalem? Does anybody ever ask what happens to the old Jerusalem?
And if that's the case, why do we want all the Jewish people to go to Jerusalem? Won't that get them all crushed? Don't we want them all to leave?
Sounds like peak casualties.
Right? Like, who are the real anti-Semites here? Jeez. Ugh.
Well, they do seem to
Sounds
kind of
like-
want to end themselves a lot of times. Since World War II, not talking about that.
Right. Anyway,
I don't know. It's kind of like
It's
if
like, hey, I'm a
messed
good
up shit
person, yeah.
happens to an entire population, crazy things happen. We got, on one hand, ethnostate. On the other hand, anime. I mean, because tentacle penises, that's not normal. If you're making cartoons about tentacle penises, I'd say you probably had a nuclear bomb dropped on you, and like, it makes sense. You're not over it yet.
yeah. But then they also apparently made this guy. So
Yeah, well, that was Italy.
well, but no, Nintendo's Japanese.
Oh,
Yeah.
but wait. Japanese people hate white people. They think they're super weird and not valuable. Super Mario Brothers is just a racist joke.
With fun bouncy noises. So and,
Look at a silly white person. Look at the silly white people things they do. Going into pipes and
yeah,
shit.
yeah. White people just fucking hate turtles, right? That's
But they love coins. Greedy bastards.
They like some mushrooms, but anyway.
Only the ones that look
Maybe
like
I don't go
children.
to church, and maybe I haven't accepted Jesus as my Lord and Savior, but I'm a good person, so I still get in, right? It's like we still want in. We still want to. We want the eternity.
Right. It's still begging the
But
question.
the
what do you mean by
alternative
good?
is hell. That's the issue I have.
Sure.
If there was a first class, a business class, and a coach, I'm with it.
Right.
I don't got to be first class.
Oh, come on. It's okay if you're not an alpha, man. Just don't pretend.
But yeah, he's making a good point here. It's
No,
like,
he is.
Yeah.
But he throws in that
Like,
like, hey,
yeah, why-
I don't mind coach. I don't mind flying coach.
But yeah.
And then they're all like, grab my nuts.
Just a clip like the last 5 minutes of Matt. Yeah.
Yeah,
So if someone wants to do that, because it's something we've talked about like literally since we started the show like a year and a half ago, and you can see all the exactly none times that we've done it. So please, if one of our fans out there wants to,
yeah. See, it's that what is it? Fuck, I'm drawing a blank on what kind of ADHD that is. Demand avoidance.
yeah, it's
Well,
an autism thing
autism
too.
too.
Yeah.
We're like, I really want to do that. Shit, now I can't.
Ooh, hot take. Wes would get stomped if he joined your stream. I mean, so Wes, if you're watching, if you
I'm
wanna
gonna
hop on.
I'm gonna have to practice saying wuss in a way that sounds too much like Wes for him to correct me.
Yeah, I feel like we need to do that where you do that like the whole time, but then I just call him something completely different every time. So like I'll start with Wes, then I'll go to Wesley, and then Wester, then Westminster Abbey or something, and then
What if-
Gary.
What if we say that like when I see your face, I think Lollipop Guild, and then and we're like, well, and we cut ourselves off before we let them
Right,
think about
yeah.
it or correct us, and then at some point later, you just start calling him Lolly.
It's like, would you say you represent the Lollipop Guild, or you just identify with it? It's like- Because that's a lot to take on your shoulders. I mean, to represent the entire Lollipop Guild. That's
I mean, were there elections? Was this difficult? I mean, good for you.
well, hey, this is why you fit in. So
I like the smiling, crying face.
yeah, Oh, Kanye West. Yes.
Oh,
So
that's also good.
So BS, let us know if we ever do get Wes Huff. Let us know if you want to join in. But also, don't show him this before.
Can we put the pride flag in the background afterwards?
We'll just fix it in post. Anyway, so where were we? So dudes wanting not just the two options of heaven or hell. It's like there needs to be something else.
Wait, before we dive back in, I'm noticing like the foreshortening in this, where they have the couches angled and the chairs angled back. By the way, those are some. What's with those chairs they're sitting in? Looks like they're made of lozenges or something. So like Wes is further in the.
Hey, Mod.
Hi, Missing Mod. Found you. So he looks shorter than he really is because he's in the background, and they've got like probably the biggest dude in the group in the foreground on the left.
Yeah, this guy here in the white. Yeah,
which means that also makes like Man Bun look like a bearded lady. But he's, I mean, good for him, but her. I'm sorry, ma'am. No, this is a weird group. Where are all the white ladies? Where are all the white women at? It's one of my favorite clips from Blazing Saddles.
Like, well, we got one.
Get everybody to distract everybody and get them to all come after him. He just walks up and goes, "Hey, where are all the white women at?" Oh man, I love the day when that movie can get remade. Not that it needs to be, but like it'll have to be to get people's attention.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's fine, but the idea that it is a like God doesn't owe you heaven, but he don't need to give you hell.
Well,
solid point.
I like this guy.
Jumanji, but that'd be racist.
What's that?
I almost called him Jumanji, but that would be racist. I apologize. My brain can be a little racist sometimes.
Yeah. Happens to the best of us.
I grew up in a very white area.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, and grew up in the 80s back when, foreign accents were considered punchlines. So.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I mean, sarcastically hilarious to watch people watch that stuff and laugh at it. Like what's that I want to call him John Cougar Melonball, but that's not his name. That stand-up comic with the enormous forehead, and Zidanza like has a vendetta against him.
Brad Stein.
When he does his jokes and like you see like a bunch of old white people cracking up and like they're like, this is amazing shit. And one that explains how he's been employed and has a house still, but like it's just really weird. It's a glimpse into the past and it just doesn't make sense anymore. It's like they're different. I'm uncomfortable. It's time to laugh. Like
also, chat needs to chill out.
Get off each other's asses.
But apparently, don't worry. No one was talking about white women, but Missing Mod raises a good point. Why not?
Why aren't we talking about white women?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, because we're talking about Wes Huff. So I don't know.
Which is weird because he's not into white women or women. I mean, I don't know.
All right. Hem.
I think part of this is that we have these understandings of hell, which might be skewed by middle-aged
Okay, I would love to hear that.
People
Yes.
That was so perfect. He's like, how about you white explain it? No, that'd be amazing. Do that.
Yeah, it's like, well, first of all, if we have these misconceptions of hell, it's like, yeah, well, whose fault is that, God, for like not communicating it properly? Like, or
Oh,
even if he did
messenger in
communicate
front of
it
them.
well enough, but then like other people, because he talks about like the Renaissance and like Dante's Inferno and how that's been like a big influence. Like,
Yeah.
well, apparently, so even if God did explain it super well, but we're just a bunch of dumbasses, like God never bothered to correct us. So, which
Seems
again,
like
this
his
goes
problem
back
yet
to
again.
like, I mean, if you're because again, this is something I keep coming back to, but like, if you're gonna posit that this God is all powerful and all knowing, then anything that happens, he let it happen. And you could say free will all you want, but it's like, okay, but which is more important? Like, if my free will is going to end up with me getting tortured forever, then please violate my free will to correct me, because I would love to avoid that.
Is that
Or
violating
just,
free will just to like give somebody more complete information? Like you're not telling them how to
yeah.
decide.
Yeah, that's the other thing. All the things that they say are violations of free will really aren't. It's
Yeah.
just like, am I violating anyone's free will by showing up on this stream and proving that I exist to anyone? Is anyone's free will being violated right now?
Now that you
Like,
mention it, we should rise up.
or instead of actually playing Wes Huff in his own words, should I just tell you what he said, and then you have to take it on faith that
He
that's
can
what he
accuse you.
says?
You did a bad
But
job.
no, but see, by showing him in his own words, I'm removing everyone's chance to take his words on faith. So I'm a terrible person.
Yeah. You got in the way.
Yep. See, this is how fucking ridiculous that whole line of thinking is. But anyway,
the passive aggressiveness in I don't know his name. Wish I did, but the guy who made the comment, he. But remember, it needs to be enthusiastic consent.
yeah, and, yes, and continuous, consistent, enthusiastic consent.
I don't know. You might have high expectations with a continuous. I mean, this isn't the youngest of streams here.
Look, I just need 2 minutes.
I just anyway, let's remember the song title, but not important. I don't even know if it's the actual song title, so we're just gonna keep it in the old noodle. I really enjoyed the Indian American giving some real like heated passive aggressiveness to the white guy, explaining things that his culture has been working on for thousands more years. Like,
yes,
like, oh yeah, let me tell you, just tell me how you figured it out. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Like, so yes, all we needed was a white man,
right? Or some, Jewish people to have a concept first for the white people to later misunderstand, that then they have to explain. Like, we're just like, dude, we were working on all this before, even like way before Judaism was a thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But they're like, oh no, but please explain to me how you misunderstood someone else's thing.
I mean,
that we were doing before.
That was before even Jews were a thing. Like, Hebrew wasn't even a language. Like,
it's that DEI, I tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we can't see on our end who's getting those like crowns or whatever and rankings for the chat, but I mean, there seems to be only like 3 of you anyway, so I guess it's not hard to.
Well, you see, BS, like, it's the age of Aquarius. It's the age of like feminine energy, and so she's got to rise to the occasion.
See, they're right. They're right. So let's hear. Let's hear Wes mansplain how we mansplained incorrectly before.
Is the concept of God's wrath against evil in eternal justice, but it's also a separation from his goodness. And so
So the way he set this up, where he said, like, we got, because he's saying, like, well, why does hell have to be the only other option besides heaven? And he says, so the way he started this is almost like he's trying to set it up. It's like, well, hell isn't what we think, as in, like, it's almost like he's starting to say, well, it's really not as bad as you think. But then the way he goes on to describe it, like, it's still bad. I mean, okay, you're the object of God's eternal wrath. It's like that's
gaslight me some more, Papa.
Right. Oh yeah, damn. So yeah, there's only 3 of you. Like, so Bond, like, you were even here first. Like, what? What are you doing wrong? Like, is someone taking just like second and third? What's going on here? And people on Facebook and the bot watching us on Twitch have no idea what's happening right now. So,
if the bots keep a file, that would be. I would love to see its data points. It's like, wow, that sounded like real nerdy and pervy at the same time. I'd love to see his data points.
Yeah.
You see these depictions.
Speaking of hell,
particularly from the Middle Ages, of like demons burning people alive, and that's more both heaven and hell
casually.
In the Middle Ages is drawn more from like Greek imagery of where the gods live and what the underworld is than it is from.
Yeah, maybe because a lot of the New Testament was also very like Greek and like Hellenized, and so yeah, go figure. That continued. So, but yeah, also, yeah. Hell yeah, Bond.
Toot that horn.
Hey.
Well, you're in the right place.
Slanjava. All right. So, but speaking of drink, so I don't think we really had much of a plan tonight as far as like having a first drink, second drink. It's basically we're just like watching this video and see where it's going. But I don't know the context for this, but yeah. Yep.
Well, I'm grabbing another beer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm
A plus Bond. Good propagandaing.
Mm-hmm.
Propagandizing.
Yeah, so I'm enjoying it from the Third Eye Brewery.
Get out of fucking town. Me too.
Whoa!
That you left in my fridge when you were here.
Probably from the same 6-pack. Yeah. Me and Matt finally hung out like in real life over the weekend.
At my place, which we haven't done in years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're bad. We're bad good friends.
Yeah. But we're the best bad good friends. So.
I know, we're super awesome at it.
Mm-hmm. I'm great at being terrible.
Well, it's that whole we put socializing and being autistic thing.
Yeah, see, we put the suck in success,
but we spell it SUCC.
Yep, that's how much it sucks. So, but yeah, so funny thing, like I don't think I said this while I was there, but so we were hanging out in his basement where Matt is now. A basement I have been, basement I have been in many times.
In a small group talking about Bibli.
Mm-hmm. But here's the thing: like, even though, like I said, I've been in your basement and I know what that room you're in looks like, but the whole time I've been seeing you here, I've been picturing the space as being something completely different, and I have no idea why.
I mean, because everything behind me is in the same place it was when you were here.
Yeah, so I should know, and even like the few times like Aaron like goes back and like walks through that door, it's like, oh yes, I know what that door is, where it goes, where she's coming from, because the steps are like right there. But yeah, for some reason in my mind, the way it filled out the space, it was a completely different room than what it actually is. But
maybe you're blocking out the last time you were here, because there was a lot of tension. It's actually not my favorite beer, BS, the Third Eye beer.
Yeah. Sorry, I bought it for him and left it for him. So
no, they do make good stuff, but like some of the stuff they make is great, but then like most of their regular stuff, I'm just it doesn't Calgon take me away. I guess that's the only thing. It doesn't give me the fizz, to quote James May. If you don't know what that means, I'm not going to explain it. If you haven't seen Top Gear from the old times,
Right. Oh, but I do enjoy like the new series that James May has been doing, like where he travels to different countries. Like he went to.
did he do that again? Was it
He's
just one
been to
season?
No, he's been to Japan and India, and those were both very interesting little series.
Yeah,
Especially because I have. Speaking of Japan,
yeah,
and I have also been to India a couple times.
there you go. Red Light District. Not for that.
Yeah,
really,
not we were
for that.
Yeah, I was there like volunteering with an organization that's trying to do very much not that.
Trying to rescue and
yes,
place to
but
be and
also
a place to be Christian after your rescue.
Yeah.
So
where you that we will still like teach you songs about how undeserving of God's love you are.
No.
Yeah, I super regret that. But anyway, but even like at the time, I remember thinking, should we be teaching them this song?
Read the room, guys.
But
these are really not the people to tell that to.
Yeah, but I mean, but overall, what this group was doing was fucking working.
It does give them a place to put their trauma. I mean, it is really difficult for someone to shake the sense of like worthlessness. And so like this gives them a place to put it. That means it works. It doesn't mean it's good. It's functional.
Yeah.
It is a step up.
Right.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. The truth is, I just want to know what's real, and I don't want to. Got a little fox molder in me. He's about this big.
Wait.
No, I just want to know what's true, and if it's wacky, that's fine. I just want to know if it's true.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, but you're still a fucking dirty hippie. But yeah,
I mean, the truth is, like, I don't know. None of us know who it is that's like. We don't. Nobody knows for sure who it is that's aware from behind our eyes, like what that is. We have a guess. We don't know like what the universe is in. Must be in something. What's it in? Another universe? A black hole? What's that black hole in? Is it another universe, or it's just like black holes all the way down?
Yeah. As far as who it is, I'm gonna maybe it's Sean Bean.
Oh, or Wilford Brimley.
Ooh.
Maybe it's just those two, the yin and the yang.
Sean Bean and Wilford Brimley.
There you go.
That's. I'd vote for that ticket.
Who's the black squirrel? Who's the white?
See,
Sean Bean can play. He can harness the darkness for a role, right? So I'm thinking maybe he's black. Not saying that means he's evil, but he.
Yeah, and he played a lot of villains. But I mean, I think Wilford Brimley played a villain once at least once in the movie The Firm, but he did shoot at Tom Cruise, so that kind of redeemed him a bit.
Right. But, did he hit him?
I don't think so.
Oh, he is small. Harder to hit.
That's true. Speaking of...
Sorry, Scientology, purple building people. I didn't mean that. We're not going to try it.
But speaking of the whole like how we may be in a black hole things, I don't know if people have heard this, but this is something I heard recently. So I think there's like actually multiple reasons that scientists think we may be in a black hole. Like the universe is just inside a giant black hole. Part of it is I heard they started doing the math as far as like, okay, take an object of a given mass and how small would you have to shrink it down so it would be dense enough to form a black hole. And they were so apparently apparently they were finding things like, okay, the Earth, you would have to shrink the Earth down to the size of a blueberry for it to become a black hole. Or like the entire Milky Way galaxy would have to be shrunk down to the size of like a major U.S. city, like Chicago or New York or whatever. And then that would become a black hole. So then they kept going, but when they did the math on the observable universe, like, okay, something the mass of the observable universe, how small would you have to shrink it down? And they found, according to the math, you would have to shrink the observable universe down to the size of slightly larger than the observable universe. So they're like, so, which makes, to me, that makes a lot of sense about the whole, like, just even just the concept of the observable universe and how there is this barrier where light can't get to us. It's like, that kind of sounds like a reverse event horizon, essentially.
That's what the edge of
So
the universe would look like. We can't see what's beyond it because nothing is beyond it, but also everything else that is beyond it.
right. So anyway, I just thought that was like super interesting. So yeah,
No, I agree.
yeah,
I had
we
heard
may
it
be in a
before.
black hole. Yeah. So
No, and the
there's
math
other reasons.
the math is working more and more.
Yeah,
It-
and
it's
there's
either-
other reasons too. It's not just that like calculation, but yeah, there's
At the center of our
reasons.
universe would be a white hole.
Yeah. So anyway,
It also kind of explains that the expansion speeding up because as our parent black hole gets bigger, it it would attract more and more stuff more quickly because of its gravity, and so that would the expansion on our side would then also speed up. They assume,
right. And real quick, just because I don't feel like typing again, but like Matt, the thing in the private chat, just say when.
you got it.
So, all right.
Well, Whistlepuff looks excited, impressed.
Yeah, he looks like he's just started ignoring us and is tired of our bullshit.
Staring off into space.
Which, fair enough, but
What Scripture
Actually
says about these things.
Yeah, I feel like Dante's Inferno defined hell for us and not Scripture.
Sure. And that's like quintessential.
Is that because it doesn't talk about it?
yeah. And also, again, God apparently let it happen. Like, he didn't feel the need to correct any of us about that. So,
yeah. I mean, he could have just had Dante write like a really good, accurate description. How do we know he didn't? I mean, he probably didn't because
the whole like God. I mean, if God doesn't even know how to do a reel, how's he going to know how to tell someone to write a book? So,
and then not tell anybody to put it in the Bible.
Yeah.
What does the Scripture say hell is?
Right.
Well, it's separation. It's separation from God. Like, God is not going to force you into his presence into that. And if you
right. So again, if so, we're not going to force it again. Like, why do we have to go to hell? And but I guess the way he's framing it, there really are only two options: in God's presence or not. So if you're just not, you're by default going to be in hell, I guess. But even again, it's like, so what you're telling me is like anyone who experiences the absence of God is going to lock themselves into that from the inside, metaphorically or whatever. So apparently what he's saying is not being in the presence of God must not be that bad if people are choosing to stay there. So, all right, cool.
I mean, every time you go, like, think of a story or a place in, well, don't think of the show Preacher, because that place was bad. Anywhere where, like, in a story where it's kind of a lawless place, that's the most interesting place. Except in the show Preacher, where the bounty hunter guy who was kind of in hell watching his family die. I didn't finish watching that show just because, like, at the time I couldn't handle the dark storyline. But it was
I didn't start.
It was tremendous. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of spoiler, but it's awesome and it doesn't steal too much. A descendant of Jesus is there. He's the new savior. But they had been inbreeding Jesus descendants since Jesus died. Because him and Mary Magdalene had like a shit ton of kids or something, right? In this version. And so they just kept like inbreeding the descendants for like a couple thousand years. And so the one that they have is kind of a human Muppet. And all he can do is pee on people when he likes them. And like I know they do it in a way where it's not making fun of mentally handicapped people. They're making fun of the losers who have believed this whole time. Because it's been getting progressively like more obvious for 2,000 years that like this was a bad idea. And
right.
No, he doesn't pee on people. He humps people's legs. That's what it was. Man, and
It's still peeing on people, but yeah.
I feel like I can laugh at this of all people because I have a mentally challenged daughter, or that makes me the worst person ever.
Well, I guess we'll see where you end up.
You gotta take your laughs where you can because I mean they're trying to take her money away. So,
yep. I mean that's why we're here. We're just
because the best people take the money from the disabled people. I mean that's how you know who the good guys are.
Yep. Just like Jesus wanted.
Yep.
So. I mean, he wanted that poor widow woman to give like the last of her money to the temple. So, I mean, again, everyone says like the Republicans are being so unchristlike, and like, no, Jesus wanted the widows to be poor because they wanted them to give all their money to the temple.
Right.
So,
right.
Jesus,
because then it meant more. Right. And that's what counts.
Jesus,
not that money actually did very much once she gave it to the temple, because it was like enough to buy some dirt, basically.
Mm-hmm. But Jesus was like, "Oh, that's the best thing ever," because he's so compassionate towards the poor.
Wait, that's true. He didn't do anything. He didn't give her a loaf or a fish or any of that shit. He's like, "Look how fucking poor she is. That's amazing." I mean, we know he can. He can just like he's like a human drive-through, but like he's not giving shit to anybody, except when it helps out his big production. Which is what it just reminded me of that scene from Family Guy where he does that miracle where he's like yada da da yada da da and like he's like separating his thumb with that stupid kid's trick.
Jesus, look how fucking poor she is. That's all. The word of the Lord.
Good times, man. Being poor is awesome.
Just how Jesus wanted it. All right.
I mean,
but let's hear why hell is maybe not so bad, but it's what we deserve for being the worst ever anyway. But we also chose it. So
you are not choosing that. Like if you are not in Adam, if you're not in Christ, you're in Adam. So Jesus is called the second Adam, right? Adam brings sin into the world and taints everything. Christ comes into the world and renews everything. And so,
well, then that means he's a universalist, right? Because if you're saying that what Christ did is the same as what Adam did, only just like reverse. Okay, because what Adam did apparently cursed everyone, whether they wanted it or not.
Right.
So then if you're saying that what Jesus did is the same thing, then he saved everyone, whether they wanted it or not. So is Wes a universalist? Because that's kind of what that means, right?
That's very close to communism, and you can't go there. Like, isn't that what universalism is? It's like spiritual communism. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. We all go to see. Universalism says we all go to heaven whether we want it or not. So,
I mean, isn't that like a little spiritually rapey though?
yeah, it's definitely not free will. That's for sure.
No.
So,
See, what I think is if there is something after we die, everybody goes there. Like, I mean, laws of nature and whatnot.
yeah.
Like, if that is a thing, a scientific thing, there's no guy in a robe with magic keys letting people into heaven. Like, man, but I'd like to see that kick-ass wrought iron gate, the gates of hell, though.
Oh,
You know that looks bad as fuck.
oh yeah, something like from like a Slayer album cover or something, or would make
It looks kind of alive. Actually, it would probably look like a lot of metal band logos, where it's kind of alive, kind of horns, kind of roots.
right. Yeah. Well, a guy said a thing, Wes. Have 10% of my income.
Yeah. Man, people used to be really bored if they're like, "That's super interesting. Here's 10% of my income. Here, let me decimate my income for you."
Because you know how to words so well. Yeah.
No, decimate means like a tenth, right? Like you
I guess I did already consent to being violated by Universalism. Guy said a thing to make you pay taxes. I mean, well, at least some of my taxes go to something.
Here's an interesting.
Well, I guess not so much anymore, but they used to
yeah.
go to things that actually help people. But
Now it just goes to sucking ass.
And dropping bombs. So
also, weirdly, the government's controlled by the most closeted people you know. There's a lot of I've seen people with gaydar talk about gay folks talking about basically kind of outing people but not outing people in the government. Which reminds me of when Mike Johnson said that the Roman Empire fell due to excessive gayness. That's not a quote, but it means what he said means like too much gayness.
yeah, and that's what I was taught growing up too.
Yeah, so. They had too much. It was too obvious. Too many people knew about it. Shit, I forgot what I was going to say about something else. I don't remember.
Yeah, that's probably all right.
Oh no, I remember what it was.
Oh, good.
Speaking of taxes, before because a man said a thing. Taxes aren't due until April 15th. So if hypothetically, if somebody wanted to do kind of a tax protest, you can just claim yourself to be exempt, so nothing's taken out of your paycheck. You put that aside, for tax day. But in the meantime, the federal government freaks the fuck out because no money's coming in.
Yeah, so if everyone did that, yeah.
Right. If a lot of people did that, it's not breaking the law.
Yeah.
But it taps on somebody's forehead and says, I don't know if you noticed, but we can do this, and then you're fucked.
Yep. Yeah.
Because even if you try to make us pay, you can't. Not all of us. If you can't pay the Gestapo, I mean, I think they're gonna hang around just for shits and giggles. I know they don't take kindly to people who don't pay their bills.
They don't take kindly to a lot. Yeah.
Oh, the gospel message is that you're either going to be found in Adam or in Christ.
Yeah.
That's it. And God is not going to force you in.
Right. That's
Wait.
exactly like Jesus said.
Wait, but we're either in Adam or in Christ against our will, without free will. We're forced into that situation.
Well, no.
But then he says God's not going to force you.
No, you're in Adam against your free will, but you have to use your free will to choose to be in Christ.
Right, but the whole
even if
situation
you've never
has
heard
been
of the
imposed
goddamn
on.
guy.
But the whole
What's that?
situation has been imposed on us. We didn't choose to be in this situation. So, like, ultimately, free will be damned.
No, but see, like when someone is like robbing you and they have a gun to your head and they tell you, like, give me your wallet or I'll blow your brains out. See, they're giving you a choice. Like you're still exercising your free will to not give him your wallet and have him unalive you. That's on you. I mean, that's
Yeah. Only loosely related. You ever noticed in TV shows or movies when somebody points a gun at somebody, they always put the gun within deflecting distance of the person? Like, they almost always walk up close enough to be within arm's reach of the person. And if they know how to disarm somebody, like, they can just grab it and do it. It's so stupid.
yeah. Yeah. Speaking of so stupid,
Let's watch this
to
guy.
being under Christ's righteousness. And at the same time, I still don't deserve that. So this is where, like, when I was talking about before, all these religious concepts.
like, again, this idea of like, well, we don't deserve to be with God, even though He's the one who created us, apparently with the original intent of us being with Him forever. And like, that's what the whole like Garden of Eden situation is supposed to be. Like, we're all just hanging out, but yeah. So how does it get to, because Adam and Eve did a thing thousands of years ago, now I no longer deserve that anymore?
Like, we're just supposed to accept that.
Right.
And no real explanation either from him of what it means to be in Adam or in Christ. I mean, like, I don't know if he realizes, but like, if you talk about being in dudes, that's going to be like,
yep,
what you want to be in someone's head isn't what's going to be in there initially.
Right. So apparently, that's what got in BS's head. So
yeah. Also,
received.
If you wind it back, he does this thing where like it's like the universal grasping at straws motion, where his fingers go for a second.
Let's see.
Righteousness. And at the same time, I still don't deserve that. So this is where, like, when I was talking about before, all these
real quick there,
religious concepts, it's about the do, the feel, the think. It's also about mercy or justice, right? So I would argue that something like the Eastern philosophies, Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, anything that has a reincarnation.
Right. The Eastern philosophies, not Christianity, which was also Eastern, but it's like people forget that.
Yeah, and during that time period, it was shit. I can't think of the right vocabulary. It was popular for people to try to integrate further Eastern ideas into that region. So like the concept of the wise men, they're probably from further east.
Yep.
So Jesus would have been he would have been exposed to certain ideas. Like when I started looking into Christianity in Southeastern Asia, there used to be like Christian Taoism temples, like Christian Buddhists, like they're in the same way there were Christian Jews. When it got spread further east, they kind of added it on to because come on, it really isn't like in addition to a religion. It's hardly its own religion. There's nothing concrete. There's no text. There's no like the Beatitudes are the closest thing to like a holy instruction. Yeah. I don't know where I was going with that, but there are like legitimate like Christian Taoist monasteries that are all overgrown and shit.
Yeah. True. I think.
Oh no, and it's also they adapted it to be regionally applicable. So like there's modifications to the Gospels. They kind of like adapt it, and they have like additional writings. It's really interesting.
Neat. That was nice of them. So, all right. So, what was Wes talking about?
People go to heaven because they want to / don't.
But they deserve it. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Or they don't deserve it. They deserve hell because of something they didn't do, even though God made us to deserve being with Him to begin with. But yeah,
But if you agree with that, you get a golden ticket to heaven.
right.
That's just, right? You get what you deserve.
No.
The good you do in this life, you get in the next life. The bad you do in this life, sort of. There's a difference between reincarnation in Hinduism and Buddhism. But
He's like, whoa! Oh, he's like, pull that back into my mouth. And those words I said, forget them.
Yeah, sorry, I misunderstood where he was starting. I was saying as if he was saying that's just referring to like what we were just talking about, but no, he's talking about what he says the Eastern religions say. But
He
okay,
talked
but here's the
himself
thing. So
into
he's
a corner,
saying,
and then he's like, "What? No."
yeah, because essentially what he's saying is what Christianity is doing is not just, or you might call that unjust. So,
I mean, for doing this for a living, he's kind of bad at it. Like talking yourself into corners when you're the only one really talking, and other people are just throwing softball questions, more or less.
Right. Well, but I mean, can you really be good at? Is there a way to be good at apologetics that isn't talking yourself into corners?
Yes, William Lane Craig, but only he is in his
Well,
world where, I mean, in his mind, he's doing a bang up job. Also,
right, but I'm talking about like in reality though, because the way William Lane Craig does it is like I lower the bar kind of thing. Like that's kind of where he ends up. It's like he has to lower the epistemic bar for believing, and he has to say that like God slaughtering children is a good thing. That's
right. He's doing a good job. He gets it. It's awful, but he's unapologetically doing apologetics.
No, but still in some ways he still is kind of talking himself into corners and saying like, oh, so you're saying God just does evil shit. He's like, well, no, but yes, that's literally what you just said. But yeah.
Yeah, but my point is that like,
yeah,
that's as good as you can do it. And then once you start being honest, once you're too old to like, I don't know, put together a multiple step statement. No shade on him. He just probably should stop working.
right? Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, we're not at the point where I feel bad making fun of him. Because now he's just being so honest. Like none of this is like, oh, poor him moments yet.
Yeah.
But
yeah. And actually, I saw a clip where he called someone a smart ass.
Ooh.
Yeah. He was talking about that guy, Danny, I think from that Jubilee episode where it was supposed to be 20 atheists versus a Christian.
Well,
But
you're
the
talking
one
about
Christian
Peterson.
was Jordan Peterson. Yeah.
Okay. Oh no, he agreed
What?
that guy was a smart ass.
Yeah, the guy who like the guy who went viral for saying like where Peterson was like, "Oh, you're really something, aren't you?" He's like, "Yes, I am, but you're really nothing." Like
He's like, "But you're really quite nothing, aren't you?" And he's like, "I'm done." But that kid, the guy, he's an adult. It was so quick on the draw that like in a split second, he's like, "This isn't going anywhere," and then he fucked him over real good.
Yeah, that was pretty brilliant. So yeah, so if people haven't watched that video, like I don't know if I recommend watching the thing itself because I still haven't. I've only watched people go back and analyze it.
Rationality Rules does a real good deep dive on it. I recommend watching that instead of the whole thing, personally.
Yeah, or who else? The first one I saw was Mindshift. Brandon, he did a pretty good analysis of it. But as far as like shorter ones, Sir Sick did a really good one recently.
No, that's right, he did. I saw that. Wait,
it was pretty fantastic.
Cody at Even More News had a.
Yes, thanks, Anita.
Nice.
Yeah, Danny from Phil Talk.
Yeah, I don't follow him,
Anita.
but I'll have to.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't. I think I didn't know I didn't pick up on his name fast enough. What was I just talking about before that?
I don't know.
Sir Sick. Cody from Even More News. By the way, some more news. If you're not familiar with that, our friend is a senior writer on that.
Eric Barnes. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's excellent. It's about current events, but it's with humor, and there's a lot of coping, like emotional coping, and they have like a companion one called Even More News. But on Even More News, the podcast, they were talking about no, it was on Some More News. This doesn't matter. And Cody was like, well, he was frustrated because people kept engaging Jordan Peterson in these like red herrings and these side trails he had people go on. When he'd ask them to define things, and they would just start defining it, and then Peterson would now be in charge of the conversation, and it's not going anywhere near the main topic. And he's like, all you got to do is go, okay, like when he says something, or you go, sure, and then ask him a question. He said, well, it depends on what you mean by it. And you go, okay, sure. And then you just ask him something else. He's like, you don't need to engage him. Like, this is his whole shtick, is baiting people. But it was good to see him in that whole thing, because you got to see him do his thing over and over again, and then it started to be obvious. Like Rules guy said.
Yeah, it was kind of pathetic, but fun to watch. So,
yeah, are we bad people because we like to watch bad people spiral? I answered my own question.
I mean, I'm gonna say no.
I mean, William Lane Craig and Jordan Peterson, they're flaming out a bit. I mean, the right doesn't notice yet, but
now there's a conversation I want to see, is like those two get together and talk about something.
Oh, you know they're going to hate each other for the same reasons that they would hate each other themselves. I mean,
all right. So apparently, Anita has a very different perspective than most people, I would say.
You should probably look into how someone actually wins a debate / argument. He wasn't doing it, and that's not saying that there's rules and you have to follow them or you don't win. He was doing the things that distract people and convince people that he's making a point when he's actually not. He says enough fluff to get people to think he's saying the profound things, and the reason why the person is flustered is because he's owning them. No, it's because he's not making sense, and they know that's true.
Yeah, that like
his job is to say nothing and convince you that he's amazing, because that's how he gets paid. He's also almost definitely an atheist. If you look back at past things he said about God and the Bible, he called it a useful fiction. I think that's an exact quote. A useful fiction does not mean it's real. And also reminds me of the term useful idiot.
Yeah, I mean, that almost sounds like something Richard Dawkins would say.
Yeah.
So
he is trying to make as much money as possible off of people he would probably call useful idiots if he thinks that you believe in a useful fiction. Just saying. That might be an option to look into.
Yes. See, now, and Anita, I will warn you, if you're a fan of Jordan Peterson, you might not be a fan of us, but hey, if you still want to stick around and watch, that's cool too. And
and I'm at my limit of talking about Jordan Peterson right now. I'm actually not that interested, because if he was actually like a formidable adversary, like, I'd be paying attention to him, but he kind of bores me.
Yeah. He's just Anyway, see, I feel like if I ever had a chance to sit down and talk with him, which I probably never will, like, because he's known for, like, when people ask him things like, do you believe Jesus, like, actually rose from the grave? And he's like, well, it depends what you mean by it, and then, like, says all the words, and, like, or if you ask him, did the Exodus actually happen? Or, like, anything about, like, Bible stories or whatever, he just can't answer. Like, the first thing I would do is sit down and ask him, like, all right, Jordan Peterson, is that your real name? Yes. Jordan Peterson, when were you born? And he tells me what, like, his birth date. And, like, okay, where did you go to college? And he tells me where to go to college. I just ask him all these, like, basic questions and just go, okay, how fucking hard was that?
Yeah.
But
I'd ask him
Yeah.
to define bullshit for me and see what his face looks like. No, he would be talking. No, this is what I do. He'd be talking, right? He'd go, "Wah, wah, wah," doing his like Kermit philosopher thing, and then and then I'd be like, when he's done, I would just go. It depends what you mean by bullshit.
okay, the things you say, go. Now, this is a fair point. If you don't know what stance he takes, then you're not going to be able to address or argue against it. Sure, which is why he very purposefully is like obtuse as fucking possible, so no one has any goddamn idea what he's even talking about.
that
So
just
yes, that
means
does make it very difficult to argue against.
But that just means he's good at being an asshole. That doesn't mean that he's good at winning. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a kid showing up at the playground. If like everybody leaves because they don't want to play with you, doesn't mean you won kickball.
Right. Yeah. So also, Anita, like I said, I appreciate the engagement, obviously, but I mean, if you're here to be a Jordan Peterson apologist, like I don't care. So
Also,
if anyone else in the chat obviously wants to keep talking with her, like, but when it,
yeah. But
comes to
Anita, maybe
JP,
ask
I just
yourself
do not care.
why you think he needs someone to stick up for him.
Yeah. Why is it, if he's so awesome, why isn't it so obvious to the rest of us?
That's a rhetorical question. You don't need to answer that. In fact,
Yeah.
I don't care about your answer right now. To be honest.
But thanks for watching. We love that you're here. All right.
No, but that's true. I'm just being honest. Got the ADHD. It's like
right. Yeah, we're both autistic, so this is our only mode. So,
but that aside, it's like just right. But we wouldn't necessarily say that it's merciful. You do get what you deserve.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
Yeah. Then there are other religious systems, and to a certain degree, I would pin Islam in that group because every chapter of the Quran, bar one chapter, starts with the Bismillah, God the most merciful, the most benevolent. And so in that sense, the God of Islam forgives, but somewhat arbitrarily. And it's at the expense of his justice.
Yeah.
So if God will forgive you, but the wrong you've done hasn't actually been paid for. His law is kind of just winked at. Where Christianity is different is that the punishment that we deserve is taken on God himself in the person of Jesus. And so in that sense, justice is fulfilled. Because justice...
Oh, Luigi, you really like that.
No, I don't know what to think of that. Because it sounds like he's being sarcastic, but I think he's serious. It's a fucking ironic mustache. Can't take him seriously.
Yeah, those clam diggers or whatever the fuck kind of pants he's wearing. Or people still call them clam diggers, or was that literally just my grandmother?
I don't know. I mean, that was probably the only time dude would wear pants that short, you know? I don't know.
Yeah. All right, so what was Wes talking about? Let's back him up a little bit.
Where Christianity is different is that the punishment that we deserve is taken on God himself in the person of Jesus. And so in that sense, justice is fulfilled.
He loves him some Jesus punishment. That's right. Yeah, so...
Yeah, it's justice, but in no way is that mercy. Mercy means forgiven, nobody has to pay shit.
Right?
It's only justice.
Yeah, because also, what does it mean to God that this has to happen? Like, says who?
I don't know. There's
says
some rules that even God is beholden to.
Yeah, apparently God is all powerful, but even more powerful is the power of blood magic. It's like blood's got to be shed in order for him to forgive because that's what he decided.
I mean, everything dies, right? So that means God must like it / require it.
Yeah. So why didn't he create the world with sin in it? Why did he create the world without sin and death? If death is so important to him, oh, see, Anita's got you there, BS. I mean,
You would think so, but I think you'd be like sorely mistaken.
Man, anyway, so
but nice try.
So I feel like part of the problem with so much of Christianity and like the apologetics is okay. That's good. It seems like so many Christians forget that God is the one in charge and who like literally made everything to be the way it is. So to say that this had to be done, that means it's the way that God designed it. And you're saying he couldn't have designed it any other way. So, I mean, why would God design it so that anything has to die in order to redeem humanity? But even then, not all of humanity gets redeemed anyway. So, like, it doesn't even fucking completely work. Yeah. I mean, if we're just, because even like Jesus said, when he's talking about like the road to heaven is like, narrow is the path that leads to salvation and few are those who choose it. So meaning like most people are not going to choose it. So, I mean, if we're just talking like body counts, like Satan comes out on top.
Yeah. And he is like,
so
if he's Lord of this world, then that means God isn't, right? So does that mean like on earth, he like outranks God? How does that work? But if God is like the overlord and Satan is like earth lord, then doesn't like he have to do what God wants? Or is the subordinate somehow more powerful than the superior? I don't know. It's kind of like they're saying both at the same time with that.
Yeah.
Let's get back to, I don't know, this guy.
Because justice is fulfilled, his law is accomplished, and now mercy. So justice is getting what you deserve, mercy is not getting what you deserve, and grace is getting what you don't deserve. So because you don't get what you do deserve, which is the punishment.
I don't know, but
God forgives you, but he doesn't actually, and you don't deserve that either. Yeah. But then he adopts you as his child.
Yeah.
That's grace. That's getting.
So why don't we deserve to be forgiven by God? Like, we're his children. Like I would say, like, if my children did something to upset me, but they were like genuinely apologetic and repentant about it, like, I would say, okay, you deserve to be forgiven because you're my child and I love you. Like, so what is this we don't deserve to be forgiven bullshit? From this God who apparently has more love than I could ever possibly have for my kids. And he's just like, you don't deserve it. Like, what the fuck?
Whenever I remember, like, whenever somebody like explained like why we deserve eternal punishment for like finite crimes, it was always like something righteousness. Like it's like talking circles until somebody like it's like burdened by the weight of what you're saying.
Yeah, because honestly, all this talk from Christians about how God is like so holy and like he just can't be in the presence of sin and he can't even tolerate it. It's like, but they say it's because of his holiness and righteousness. But really, if anything, it sounds more like fragility. It's like God is like, so he's this fragile, precious snowflake that can't even be in the presence of, even though he like in the person of Jesus came to earth and like literally lived amongst sinful people and they were in his presence all the time. But
I just pictured God in short pants with a lollipop going, but mama, the sin hurts me so.
Oh. I'm seeing colors. That's.
I had a flashback to some image from like a Bugs Bunny cartoon or something.
Oh, Right? He created you, but then has to adopt you. Like, weren't I already his child? Yeah. What's this whole like adoption bullshit?
Right? Don't
God
you have
doesn't know how adoption.
if okay, right. If you're the father, right, you create somebody. Let's just pretend a woman's not involved or a mother or whatever, because patriarchy. Then, but then, like, you need to adopt them afterwards. Like that means you were absentee for a while.
Yeah, because because again, let's take this back to the whole like parenting analogy. Like, so Matt, like we have kids, not together, but we have kids. So, but like, so
I don't know why
okay,
that
I'll
was
just
funny
talk about
after
mine.
the fact.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So my kids, like they're my kids and their moms, and that's
now,
like how
I'm
they
kidding.
started life. That's how they started existence. Which is apparently how we were apparently with God. Like we're all God's children. But if it ever got to the point where I had to adopt them, that means something got fucked up, and it was probably something I did.
Like,
You
isn't
know?
that what happens? Like, if the state took your kids away, and the only way you can get them back is now you have to go through the paperwork.
Yeah, or if I like disown them somehow
Right,
and
right.
like
But then,
gave them up to someone else,
but can
and
you
then I
imagine
have
telling your kids that, like, oh, congratulations, I'm adopting you, and you're like, do you want a parade? What, like?
it's like, yes, congratulations for doing your fucking job.
Yeah,
Like,
congratulations, I'm going to do the bare minimum.
yeah, it's like I'm gonna clean up the mess that I made because of my fuck up. I'm like, cool.
But
No,
remember all that time where you were lost in
I
the
mean,
wilderness? Remember all that when you looked back and saw one set of footprints? Yeah, it wasn't fucking there.
well, but BS, if you want to start rumors anyway, I mean, whatever gets clicks. So
Yeah, what does get clicks these days?
I don't know. Well, apparently, I mean, we're up to 57 subscribers, so apparently we're tapping into whatever that is.
I mean, I don't
Uh,
understand Gen Z and Alpha. All I know is I am no longer cool.
yes, and I have the teenagers and their disapproving sighs and glances to confirm that for me on a regular basis.
True story.
Yeah.
Earlier today, the infographics show, which I think is probably a CIA op, just my personal thing. It's either CIA or somebody else, State Department or something else. I won't go into it. I sound loony. But they had a video where it was basically, I don't know, what kind of like what's more cringe, like millennials or Gen Z. And there was a graphic of what I assume is a millennial dressed like Harry Potter, but with like like a bald patch, like crying as like Gen Z laughed at him. And I was like, I am not in a place to watch this mentally right now.
Because are you a millennial or are you X?
No, I'm X, but like
Oh, I thought. Yeah.
I'm close enough to millennial that I have some millennial sensibilities, but they still are weird to me.
Yeah, I guess I'm a millennial, but like the very early end that they actually call zennials. This is like starting with an X, because I guess because it's like we grew up like with the technology, but also we kind of remember what life was like before it, and we still have some of
Yeah.
that
So
kind
that's
of like
how
mindset.
that's where my
Yeah.
age group is too. Like we thought, remember like the Commodore 64 and Atari, and that was the shit. And we're like, this is what's controlling the missiles, and it like true, and it still is, which is now scary instead of impressive.
Mm.
Flagrant nipples. Ah, yes.
Well, if you insist. Yeah. All right.
I won't. I refuse.
All right. I do want to, just because it's like something fish in a barrel.
Okay.
So in a fallen
Seriously,
state,
serious face.
humanity is alienated from God through sin, so we are not naturally children of God. We must be reconciled and brought in. Okay,
Right.
who set
Gotcha.
up the system to work that way?
See, that's our problem.
Who is the one who kicked us out and alienated us because of what a couple people did?
I mean, like in the garden, we were
And-
told, like, we meaning humans, we're told that, like, if you eat the tree of life, knowledge, tree of life was on the menu.
Right.
Tree of knowledge was not.
Yes. Mhm.
Like, you're gonna die. They didn't know what death was at that time, and like, there's no record that God told them what that meant. So, like, just on a technicality, they might be like, I don't know, death sounds like bad, but like not real bad, because otherwise he would have said it's super terrible, right? And
Plus, also, if they hadn't eaten from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, then they did not have the knowledge of good and evil. So they didn't even know what sin was or what it meant to do evil or
no
whatever.
record that God explained what sin was.
But
they might have assumed it was awesome because everything was awesome until then.
Right. So, but here's my other. But speaking of the two trees, so you had the tree of the knowledge of good and evil that apparently brought death. But then you also had the tree of life,
which also brought death. I don't know.
No, that brought eternal life.
I know.
Okay, but what happens if they don't eat from either? Like, do they die because they haven't eaten from the tree of eternal life, or do they not die because they haven't eaten from the tree that brings death? Like, what?
I think that's spiritual anarchy.
Right?
They're like, let's form a collective and then we will vote, and it'll be that scene from Monty Python and the Holy Grail with the bi-weekly meetings. He's old.
Good old BS. But yeah, because here's the thing,
break a hip.
Yeah, because like here's the thing, Anita or anyone who would be saying this, like, if you're blaming it on, like, well, people did this, so this was the consequence. Who set up what the consequences would be?
Who made the rules?
Yeah. So it's like if I, like, I think I used this analogy last week. If I just like dig a pit in my backyard and like have a bunch of things in it that are like sharp and on fire, and like I tell my kids, like, look, if you don't eat exactly 27 asparagus today, then I'm going to throw you in the pit.
But you're gonna have to have a kid already in there on the spikes to like show you're serious. You know, kind of like putting it like bartenders put a tip in the jar to start it.
Right, but if they don't eat 27 asparagus that day, especially if I haven't gone to the store to even get any, so I don't even have any at the house.
Right.
And then I say, well, look, I told you that this would be the consequence for not eating exactly 27 asparagus today, so into the pit you go. Like, we just say, oh, well, that's understandable. He did warn them. It's like, like, no, that's just a ridiculous system to set up in the first place.
If you don't tell everybody the rules and then they lose the game, whose fault is that?
Yeah, at least I told them the rules in this scenario, but even then, it's like, yeah.
But you didn't tell all the rules. You didn't say, like, I will not be giving you asparagus, or there's no guarantee I will.
Yeah, or also, like, so I'll be throwing you in the torture pit. Also, you don't know what a torture pit is. So I haven't shown you the backyard to see what I'm talking about, but yeah.
It's weird to live at your house and haven't seen the backyard, though.
Well, hey, mysterious ways.
That's right.
They got to have faith that there's a backyard.
God's backyard moves in mysterious ways.
Because just showing them the backyard would be violating their free will.
Right. They got to have faith there is a backyard.
Right.
Yes.
Man.
God's backyard sounds like a euphemism.
Well, that's what he had to show to Moses. So, and from what I hear, he had a nice swing in that backyard. But
what
made Moses all horny, according to a mistranslation. So
that was the swing
anyway,
in his backyard.
Huh. So how's also, chat? Let me know how the crown situation is working out. I'm curious. Anyway,
are they fighting amongst themselves over who has the thing we don't have?
Yeah. Right. And so, when I look at something like comparative religious studies, what I see is all of these systems of the survival of the fittest that I talked about before. Christianity is the fittest stepping down and sacrificing himself for the survival of the weakest.
But again, who made it so we would be the weakest?
But that's not survival of the fittest, then. That's Survival of the weakest by technicality. Because like he's trying to survival of the fittest it, but then like if the survival of the fittest dies so that like other people don't have to be the weakest or something. I don't. Come on, Wes. I want to say you're better than this. I don't have the confidence to say that though.
Right. And also, like, real quick, Anita, like, if you're not familiar with it, it's like both me and Matt, like, we were Christians for like over 3 decades. So, like, we know all the things you're saying right now.
I mean, you can say them if you feel the need, but
Yeah.
like, you're just, you're not impressing anyone. Like, I mean, like, other than missing mod, like, we're not on the same page. Like, we were on the same page and then saw there were some holes in a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and Missing Mod is at least not on the same page as you are about how much you don't like BS. I guess that, if anything, if for nothing else, Missing Mod's a fan of the BS.
Right.
But
she protects the
But
BS.
but speaking of Missing Mod, saying if my dad abandoned me, I'd still know I was born.
True.
If you could elaborate, I'd like to know exactly
only until we can create test tube babies. I mean, we already can. Government's probably already doing it.
Okay. But
Well,
all right.
take
Missing Mod is number 1. All right, great. Good to know. And don't we all? All right.
Yes, what part of the country are you from? Are you from Southeast? That might be why she likes you.
I know he's currently in California. I don't know if that's where he's originally from. But his voice sounds Californian.
Yeah, I don't.
So
for some reason, my brain went like Missing Mod Jungle Fever. That's not a thing because he's from California and not black necessarily. I don't know. You know when your brain stops thinking something through and you just get like left wherever it stopped?
See, now Missing Mod gets it. See, we've turned her into an atheist. At least that's how I'm interpreting that.
Well, I mean, that's actually like dead on because if God is omnipresent and he isn't here, he doesn't exist. Because if he's omnipresent, he's everywhere. And if he's not here, that means he doesn't exist.
Yeah, which also the whole concept of hell being separate from God, if God is omnipresent, then hell and separation from God should be impossible. So,
and if it is possible, that means that there's something above God, even if that's just existence itself. And if God can't do anything that's against his nature, then that means that there's like something he's beholden to above him / her. Doesn't have genitalia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yes, I said we were Christians for over 30 years. Yes, I did know the concept that God was supposed to be ubiquitous, but then finding that he actually wasn't.
Well, if God is ubiquitous, then there's no difference between God and the universe. So God and the universe, or God / existence, ground of all being, it's all the same thing. So then you're kind of saying, like, what we can observe through science is God. And then I say, well, religion is redundant then.
Yeah. Okay. So Missing Mod. So you're saying that's what we're saying. Well, God isn't here, then he doesn't exist. It's like, but you're like, yes, that is what we're saying because again, the God that has been presented to us is omnipresent, and even if he wasn't actually omnipresent, if he wanted to have a relationship with me, even if he wasn't everywhere, he should at least be where I am. If he's wanting a relationship with me, again, just how I am with my kids. When I want to be in a relationship with my kids, I make sure I am where they are to establish that relationship. So yeah,
well, and God has to be omnipresent because God, omni everything. Because if God is the supreme God and there's nothing above God, then God has max attributes. Like whatever attribute there is, God is max that. Which and if God exists, then God also created evil, which means then that like there is some component of God that is evil. And if you think I'm like blaspheming, that's in the Bible. God did create evil according to the Bible. He was bragging when he explained that.
Right, yeah, in Isaiah. Yeah. But here's the thing. So if God is not here, then all I can conclude is either he doesn't exist, or if he does exist, he doesn't care to show up where I am. So then to me, he might as well not exist. So
If there's something, okay, so
missing mod is saying, okay, so he's not omnipresent. That's what
okay,
I'm getting.
so then that means that like there's God and there's us, and we can be separate from God.
Okay, so here's my question: if sin was such like a bad thing that like he couldn't be around it, then why did he create us with the capacity to even do it? If he wanted us to always be in his presence, like why would he even make that a possibility as a thing for us to do? So
No, my dad's not with me, missing mod. He died a couple years ago.
yeah, but here's the thing: like, yes, like human fathers die. God is not human; he's not dead.
And if and if there are no other gods above him, then like all powers, all attributes belong to God.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, so my dad, he's still alive, and no, he's not with me right now. But if I called him on the phone right now, he'd answer. And if I said, "Hey, Dad, like, can you come over? I need you for something," he totally would. Or if I wanted to go be with him, he'd be all for it. So, yeah, that makes sense.
And the thing about freedom, we're not free if we don't have a choice. The choice doesn't have to be between eternal torment and heaven or separation from God and pleasantries. Like you can still have a choice, and the choice isn't between eternal torment and heaven. Like the universe could be such that like you can choose to be with God or not, but that doesn't mean tortured forever.
Yeah.
But God's not
And
dead.
also, yeah, didn't you see the movie? Come on.
But I know, man. It was a thorough exegesis.
I'm not. I don't know what you mean by saying that doesn't prove you weren't born. What?
Yeah, I'm not following.
Yeah. Anyway, so I'll go ahead and share an analogy that I shared with Matt after last week. So missing mod, like please don't take this as insulting as it will probably sound, but I often get so confused when I'm interacting with you, and it's hard to pin down. The best analogy I can think of is as if it's like you're coming on here and telling us that, oh, I love the Beatles. My favorite Beatle was Eric Clapton. And I'm like, but Eric Clapton wasn't a Beatle. And you respond with, of course he was. He was Italian. You guys don't understand how music works. Like, that's like, I'm not saying what you're saying is that ridiculous and stupid. What I'm saying is that what you're saying gives me that same level and feeling of what the fuck. Like, so also, if that makes any sense.
Autism.
Right. That's a big help. So
Anita, look, we're telling you, like, we didn't lose our faith because we wanted to. It was out of necessity because we could no longer be convinced, and we tried to keep it. So like everything that you're telling us, like we've heard it, like we have reasons why we don't buy it, or why it doesn't make sense. So like, yeah. I want to take any burden off of you that you feel to try to save us. We tried to save ourselves, knowing what we needed to know and learn and hear to like get back to where we were. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Like at this point, if it's gonna happen, it's gonna be science. It's gonna be evidence that shows us. And like, sure, that's not faith, but it's true, and we know it's true. Yeah. I mean, faith doesn't make something true.
Yeah, faith is overrated, in my opinion. So.
And just like to give you tell you like what kind of like category Christians we were in. We were like in the like healing and deliverance, spiritual warfare, trying to heal people. Some of my friends tried to raise a guy from the dead. Didn't work. Go figure. So And we saw shit that like some like verified that like something was happening, but we didn't buy that like the stories were true about it. It's like, sure, something happened. Doesn't mean God did it. Could have been people doing it through directed intention. Who the fuck knows?
Right. And if you want to know, if you are interested in more of my backstory, I did an episode last summer, like by myself, explaining more of it. It's called Doubting Tommy. You feel free to look it up. It includes how basically surviving stage 4 cancer caused me to lose my faith, if that sounds interesting to you. And then Matt, he's going to be hopefully doing his own solo episode soon. But yeah. Oh, and welcome, Kip. Yeah, PhD candidate Wes Huff. But I guess he's at least written a book. Anyway, I have no idea if he's actually written any books, but you sure is Gnostic informant hasn't. Anyway, but yeah, hopefully soon Matt's going to be doing his own solo episode. He was going to do it recently, but then he decided to be in the hospital instead.
Yeah, and then be on like medicine that dulled nerve impulses. I figured it wasn't the best time to think real hard about anything.
Yeah. So be on the lookout for that. And yeah, Matt, let me know when you want to do that. I'm looking forward to it. So anyway,
Me too.
so yeah, look up.
Who knows what I'll say?
Yes, but BS with a good point there in the chat. All right, so let's not keep Dr. Kip waiting for PhD candidate Wes Huff and his brilliance about why hell actually makes sense, and we totally deserve it. Because I mean, come on.
I mean, Kip might learn a thing or two.
I mean, I'm just waiting for Wes Huff to say, like, of course we deserve hell. Look what we're wearing. That's essentially.
He's basically a Target mannequin. I think I have that shirt.
That's a.
And that changes things in that mercy and justice are not pitted against each other. It's not justice at the expense of mercy. It's not mercy at the expense of justice. They're actually accomplished together.
Luigi is so confused with how turned on he is by all of this.
Yeah. What's this? Is this like a symbol for like cognitive dissonance? Like, it's just weird how he's like, they're not in tension, but I will punch myself while I say this. Like,
yeah, it's like, okay, he's just saying like mercy is not at the expense of justice, as if
but it is
saying it. But see, he said it.
Oh, so it's okay.
And he's a PhD candidate, Matt.
Yeah, he's in line to find out if his opinion matters on the subject. God, I don't care about people's degrees.
Except for the members of our audience who have them. That makes them the bestest.
I mean, I went to college for 3 years, 3 minutes. And I didn't graduate, stopped going because like I didn't like enough to pay for it for the rest of my life. And
fair enough.
But some of the dumb shits that graduate,
right?
I was like,
you're saying like
they're mediocre at best at product design. Like that's somebody's gonna hire them to do like a step above bare minimum. And you guys got words for everything. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the first Anarchic Fox. Hey, I mean, I don't know. Like, can you ever be like late for a thing that has no
doesn't matter?
Yeah, can you be late for a thing that doesn't matter? That's a great way to put it. But yes, I think we both hit this.
Oh no, we're at an impasse. Hit the same thing at the same time.
Yes, but we do. We are good at the words.
Can we quote you for a T-shirt someday?
Yeah, that's okay. We need to start making.
These guys have words for everything.
No, and then we need to make the other T-shirt where it says where we're quoting Dr. Kip saying, like, it's usually pretty good. I dozed off. That was one of my favorite things ever. But yes. Oh yeah, but don't worry, Kip. We covered this earlier. Yeah. So yeah, super galling how much he's touted as an expert amongst your peers. Yeah. I mean, if it's galling to me, I can only imagine what it's like for you and your ilk.
He just repackages some of the complaints that atheists have in a Christian friendly like veneer cellophane, and then that just like it is like a vaccination against actual challenges, because people get to be like, oh, I heard that before.
Ooh. What you gonna do like with all the Huffamaniacs run wild on you? Like, yeah. Shit. All right.
Brother.
So I actually, now that Kip's here, I remember having a question for him earlier, but I don't remember what it was. Matt, do you remember what it was? Oh, so this was not the question I had earlier, but this is another question I had for you, Kip. So speaking of croffles, now, does the croissant dough have to be like you make it from scratch yourself and put it on the waffle iron, or you can just like buy like the stuff in a can? Because I brought this up with my daughter, who is a fantastic cook, chef, like all the things. Like ever since she was like 9-10 years old, she's been amazing at making everything. But she refuses to specifically make croissant dough just to make croffles. So I'm wondering how to make that work. So if you don't mind. But can't imagine what his supervisor. Oh, to be a fly on that wall. Hey, and if the supervisor's watching, let us know. Oh man. So
let's see what he has to say. He's a brilliant motherfucker.
In the act of the cross, where the self-volunteering of Jesus going to the cross, right? He says, no one takes my life from me. I give it of my own accord.
Even though in the garden he said, not my will, but yours. So was it? I don't see. We know how to do the words. I don't think the Huffmeister.
He needs more words.
Yeah, words are your words. Yeah, and while you're at it, pray for ours too, because we could use it.
Yeah, I mean, pray for don't pray for anything specifically for me as a person, except my bank account. I don't want you messing with my mojo.
Oh, so they were made from scratch. All right, I shall inform my daughter. Say, hey.
But now I need to put like crescent rolls in a waffle iron to be sure, like the Pillsbury crescent roll things. I know that's not a croissant, but it's American tube croissants.
It's a tube sant.
And now that we're cut off from the rest of the world, croissants might become illegal here unless they come in a tube.
Yeah. Oh, well, see, there's your problem, Missing Mod. You just, oh, ye of little faith. Come on.
So, is it a bad sign when North Korea starts to look not so bad?
Yes.
Okay. Just
yes.
Making sure.
Still waiting for Dr. Kip and his phalanx of moose to come rescue us, but see, now I'm dealing with the problem of like not just divine hiddenness, but Kip hiddenness. Like he's not showing up.
Right.
Even though he's here in the chat, but I'm having to take it on faith that this is actually him, because that's how this works. Anyway.
Your daughter cooks. I missed the beginning of the story. That was it. She cooks. Does a great job.
Yeah.
As since she was 9-10.
Yeah. So like to put it in perspective. Yeah. When she was like 9 or 10 years old, her first attempt at, what are they called? I know there's a thing that is actually named for a couple things. Macaroons. Like there's like the coconut thing, but then there's also the sandwich cookie. She did the sandwich cookie version.
Right. That's the real macaroon.
And like her first attempt, they were like spot on. Even had what's known as a foot. Don't ask me to describe what that is. All I know is like making those things with a foot.
Sounds kinky.
is, well, it wasn't.
I love to say things that like.
Though I guess if
I
we
love
were
to say
talking,
things that make you think inappropriate things in your head. It's one of my favorite.
no, but
hobbies.
here's the thing. But I guess if this was in Hebrew, then yes, a foot. That is definitely kinky.
Man, Hebrews were hella kinky.
Oh, so apparently it's so okay. So I can't fault Dr. Kip. Apparently it's the moose that don't love us enough. So,
Yeah.
So I guess Dr. Kip is like a loving God and does not violate their free will to.
So it's like
Not,
it's like cows in
there's
India, where they let them do whatever they want because they're sacred.
Ah,
They let moose do whatever they want in Canada because the moose think they're sacred.
and thank you, Missing Mod. She is adorable, even though she's 15 now, but she's still adorable.
She's learning to drive, apparently.
Yeah, 15 going on 27. Anyway, but yeah, she's my bud.
Well, my daughter will probably never drive, so I got that going for me.
Okay.
For those who don't know, my daughter has intellectual
weird flex, but okay.
My daughter has intellectual disabilities, and she's amazing. And sometimes I like to make fun of the things that are actually potentially sad and joke about them. Alchemy.
Right. I mean,
that's not a thing, but like I like to repurpose shit to be funny.
Right. Like that's basically the theme of tonight. It's like you got to laugh to keep from crying about things, including.
That's how you don't lose. I think if the bastards never stop being funny to you, even like if you can find something to point and laugh at them about, they never win.
Yeah.
Also, they hate that.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, mine is only 15, but also has my car right now. So, long story. Anyway. Yeah, so. See, I wish I could pull that off.
You must be in a city somewhere. I just threw something across the room accidentally. That was weird.
Like, we're in Cincinnati. We don't have what you would call effective public transportation.
But the most interesting people ever. You've got to ride a bus in Cincinnati.
Oh, yeah.
I saw a hunchback on the bus once. Legit hunchback. All kinds of amazing smells on the bus.
Mm-hmm. Quality people watching. They're like right there. Yep.
Try reading a book on the bus in Cincinnati. They'll be so fucking confused.
Yeah. Yeah, you and me both, Kip. Yeah.
I don't know. Weirdly, Europe might be rougher than Canada coming up. They're I don't know. They've got some imperialism to get out of their system still.
They do have better music though.
Depends where you
go. Scandinavia.
Okay.
That's the shit right there.
I find it hard to believe you ever truly engaged. You saw the same thing. I'll let you put it on.
Yeah.
And again, this is old hat. This is what people say when there's nothing left to say.
Like wearing your Black Sabbath and sponge. Okay.
Prefer to embrace him comfortably, yada yada. No.
Okay. Like. Okay. Now, like you. I'm not sure you're not a troll. Come on. Okay, so because like the whole like saying Black Sabbath is sinful.
Carefree Rebellion from SpongeBob?
Like, okay, I get the whole like saying Black Sabbath is evil and stuff, but SpongeBob, like I was unaware that people like you.
No, you don't understand. If you're on the conservative end of things, SpongeBob, he's asexual, right? Evil, right? Right off the bat. Like
yeah, but also like
because it has some adult jokes in it, it's sinful and all that shit.
Well, but also like saying that Black Sabbath is that sinful? Like, tell me you've never seriously listened to Black Sabbath and examined their lyrics without telling me you've never seriously listened to Black Sabbath. Like, I mean, what does Ozzy say at literally the end of all of his shows? God bless you all. Like, and he says, like, he's even said in interviews, like, what all of us talking about, like the evil demonic stuff, that was supposed to be like a warning against it. And like, this shit's messed up. Like, look, just listen to their song After Forever. Like it sounds like a Christian rock song. It's
Also, you think you're trying to insult us and like trying to turn us aside, but like we think you're amusing and / complimenting us.
yeah, seriously. But before you try telling me what my story is, go back and actually listen to it. Like I told you the video.
Yeah, find out.
Go listen. Don't tell me my story. Listen to it.
But we can kind of
is
already
one
tell
thing-
it doesn't matter what is real. It matters what you think is true.
Yeah, SpongeBob, well-known sign of rebellion, but
The
sorry, I missed this
friendliest
one.
motherfucker in the entire universe is a sign of rebellion.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Like, I would go see that band.
No, that sounds good.
All right. So, back to
He has a sailor mouth.
This is why
Oh, you're just
forgiveness
being silly, Anita. I'm not...
is an accomplishable goal, even for the most heinous act, because God has already taken on the punishment for that heinous act that person committed.
Well, forgiveness is costly, right? Like there's always a cost.
Sure.
yeah, but who made it so that forgiveness had to be costly?
His
Like,
pants are
costly to
getting
who?
higher and higher. It seems like the further he tries to scoot back in his chair, the further that pant leg rises.
Mm-hmm.
Is Anita a troll? Good work.
Yeah, if that's true, like that's
This last comment about
level trolling.
SpongeBob, Sailor Mouth, and Holy Tartar Shrimp, whatever. And yeah, if you're real,
and,
if you are not a troll and you are for real right now, never leave us.
right. I am so fascinated. But also, if you are a troll,
Right.
never
us.
leave us. This is fucking hilarious. So, either way, thank you. So let's find out more about why it's our fault that God had to set up things a certain way to work, and he had no other choice.
Forgiveness somewhere. And so
I'm just saying in general,
Yeah.
that perceived lack of justice doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Yes, this person killed somebody. Yeah. Jesus died on the cross for that very thing that person did.
Yeah.
It's not this person killed somebody. All right, how are we going to reconcile this? Do we give him 20 lashes? What is the thing for this act?
Right.
And who gets to decide that? It's already been decided.
Right.
So now we can go forgive. I see.
Decided by who?
Doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah, yeah. There's that too. So
Still, it only explains things enough to like forget about it if you're in the like Bronze Age.
yep, yeah. It's all thought stopping techniques. But
The Bible, the
Problem-
best the Bronze Age had to offer.
which, yeah, to its credit, yeah, as literature, pretty damn good.
Yeah, as a chronicle of belief systems
Yeah.
through a period of time. It's
Yeah.
excellent.
I mean, just ask Dr. Kip. He fucking loves the Bible. He even has a T-shirt that proves it. But yeah.
points-based system either, which
Right.
also gets hairy with like, so it's
How
not this
hairy
concept within the
does it
Quran
get?
of the scales,
Okay.
right? So you do bad things, you just try to outweigh them with your good things. There's a weird subjectivity to that.
Right, because who
And-
decides? Yeah.
And the actually Isaiah says that
I know.
Wait, which two are you talking about?
So there's a point where your mustache. I don't know. I think there's a point where if you've got a mustache like I don't know, gay dudes had in the 80s. And your mustache game is really like on point.
Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm moving on to third, which is the non-alcoholic, because I just can't.
Well, I will have to get out a Coors Banquet here in a second.
Ooh.
Fuck, what was I saying? What was I saying?
I don't know. You think I was listening? Sorry.
Oh, God damn it. Oh yes, the mustache. All right.
Ah, yes.
So I think like, so I've heard that there's a point where like So I used to watch After Midnight. It was a late night game show thing on TV, but I watched it on YouTube. And the host was bisexual, and they would make like comments about the queer community and jokes about the queer community. And so one of the jokes was something about like if you have a man crush or a girl crush on someone of same sex, there's a point where like you want to be them so much that you have a queer awakening where you realize you want to be them so much because you want to be inside them. And that's apparently a moment that like some people have where they realize. I'm wondering if Luigi is realizing that now.
Yeah.
I mean, because he's really rocking, he's really nailing like the 80s. Like I used to be really into the Village People mustache. Yeah, I'm kind of wondering.
Yeah.
Somebody's fanboying a little hard.
But yes. Yeah, sorry, non-alcoholic. Yeah, I'm at the point where I don't know if it's age or maybe I do have some sort of
wait
thing where it's like, if I have more than 2, like I feel like absolute shit the next day. So, yes, had to mention mustaches. It reminds me of the song "Mope" by Bloodhound Gang, which incorporates "Relax" by Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Like, wait a minute. What are you doing listening to the Bloodhound Gang? That's devil's music.
I had that CD. Song Mope. I don't know the titles. No, Bloodhound Gang. Yeah, they were smarter than their music.
Yes, but definitely worse than SpongeBob. That is
for real.
Mm-hmm.
I played that, and remember when I used to be a member of that Christian fraternity?
I do.
Yeah, it was as wholesome and lame as you think.
Yeah, because I know, like, I lived at the house, was not a member of the fraternity. I just lived at their house.
You wore black all the time and had those like killer pants and the kilt and shit, and like you were the most satanic person they knew.
And I wasn't even satanic. I mean, I am now apparently, but
I would play Bloodhound Gang in the basement at that house. I didn't give a shit.
So I would just be in my room playing Christian black metal, but like your Horde and your Crimson Moonlight and your Ancestor. Anyway,
right, moving on to Coors Banquet beer. I don't care what anybody says. I think it's the best cheap beer. No. Best cheap beer is Genesee Cream Ale.
Yeah, but we found out for the price of 2 6-packs of Coors Banquet, you can get a case of Stone. Remember we had that discussion?
Oh yeah.
So anyway,
yeah, they are charging a little bit too much, but the Genesee is like 5 years ago cheap for some reason. It's also like 4.5% alcohol. I can only find it in Pleasant Ridge near us.
Oh yeah, and also just to remind you, like the thing I asked you in the chat, let me know if and when you want to get to that.
Shortly.
Yeah. Mortify. I do remember Mortification.
Mortification, yes.
If that's what you mean.
With the Batwing logo.
Yeah. There was Mortification. There was Extol was a big fave of mine. Yes, Mortification. There you go. I used to, when I was in like middle school and high school, like I would like weekends, I would just have like music playing in my room, just all night while I was sleeping. And a lot of times it was stuff like Mortification. I would just have it always playing at like a low volume. Like, man, those dreams were lit.
How did your very conservative parents allow that? I've never understood that.
Well, because they were a Christian band. Like, I showed them the lyrics, and they were like, "Oh, they're talking about Jesus, and it's all cool." So, yeah,
that's still weird though.
Because for sure.
I would have pegged them for like the music is evil. It doesn't matter what the lyrics are.
Well, I mean, they didn't like the music, obviously, but they were cool with. Well, at least they're listening to like good Christian words and stuff or whatever. But also like with the thing like with my parents, like, and still to this day, it's like they only know like what bands are bad because of like what they've heard of. So to them, it's like, well, the fact that I don't regularly listen to like Marilyn Manson, they're like, oh, at least you don't listen to that. But like, I'll tell them, oh yeah, I listen to Behemoth, but like because they have no idea who they are, even though they're actually much worse.
Something narcissists go through sometimes, mortification. I nearly want to know more. God, I love being honest when it's a backhanded thing.
Oh God.
I amuse myself when I don't care.
Yeah, so Kip, if you want to make another
No
video,
offense, I really don't. I don't mean any offense. It's just a thing.
Yeah, so Kip, maybe make another video and put some mortification in the background. That would make me happy. Since I don't know if you were here for that part last week, but I mean, you kind of spoiled me by making that video and putting some circle of dust in it. Like, so now I know you take requests / will do my bidding. So
dangerous time.
So yeah, do. Anyway, all right.
Our righteous acts are like filthy rags. And the term there, it's debated, but could actually mean something like menstrual rags. Like they're like...
Right, because that's what, again, going back to the whole parenting analogy, that's what I always tell my kids. Whenever they try their best to like make me happy and show that they love me in their silly little childlike ways, I always make sure to remind them, it's like, look, you might as well be throwing a used maxi pad at me. Like,
also, he's slamming women with this comment too,
right?
The whole like thing of like bleeding from your undercarriage makes you filthy for a week or whatever it is in the Old Testament.
Yeah,
you can't even sit on the same chair as them. They can't use furniture. They must sit on the floor until they're done bleeding. The thing that they can't help, we should ban them until they're done with it.
Right. I mean, I mean, just being a woman itself is just so bad that like women are, I mean, first of all, they're just unclean for giving birth because of course, but they're unclean for longer when they give birth to a little baby girl. And look it up. It's in there.
Yeah, because they're not worth as much.
Mm-hmm.
Also, missing mod. I'm going to look into the mortification thing because you don't know actually how timely that is for another reason I won't go into because it's not my story to tell. Actually, it is. My side of it is my story. I don't really want to.
Right. Yeah, I mean, because if you're just telling one side of the story, then it's just like, you know, the lost episode 1 of 3 Beer Gospel, where there's a deep cut that no one currently listening has any idea what we're talking about.
I wasn't even listening. I don't remember what you said.
I said, like, the one side of the story is very much like the lost first episode of 3 Beer Gospel.
Was it the first episode that we...
Well, it was episode 1, but it wasn't the intro. It was episode 1. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. We're going to have to do something with that audio where it's only your side of the conversation.
Yeah, for people who don't know, me and Matt used to have a podcast called 3 Beer Gospel. And we did recorded our intro episode, but then when we went to do the first like official episode, I completely fucked up and only recorded my end of it, but it was also on video. So yeah. Anyway,
and I had just visited the microbrewery before we taped that.
Yeah, it was good shit. I'm kind of pissed that didn't work out, but
we're gonna have to compile it where we like dub in me.
Oh, maybe that's what we should do. Like next time we can't think of something to do for an episode, like we'll just play that. Actually, if I still have the video somewhere, we'll just play it and you just talk over yourself. That'd be great. But yeah, I can be adopted by my own father, which we are.
Weird.
Yeah. Uh, So Anarchic Fox has a vague idea. We talked about it. It's the first episode that had audio issues. Did we
Yeah,
talk about that before? Okay.
you mentioned it before, but like we only gave you a vague idea before, so
Yeah. It's like
you're up
we're
to
like
speed.
God that way. Like we don't want to give you the full story and violate your free will and take
Yeah, you gotta
away
have
your
faith.
ability to. Yeah, you need the faith.
But I will tell you that when we recorded, when I was recording my part of it, I was in it was a weird time. I was on a solo vacation because I was a stay-at-home dad, and as you might expect, I was like, I need a vacation by myself where I can drink, and so it was the off season, and I stayed in it was like a tiny house. It was basically like a modified little trailer thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was in an abandoned campground because it was the off season. And then they like double booked me. And so like I had to like go to like one of the camper cabins while they had it rented out for a day. So I was in like a 10 by 10 little like Boy Scout cabin.
So I feel like the need to apologize for something, but it's something that only happened in my head. So I feel like by apologizing and mentioning it is the only reason
You
I
should probably share
need.
it. Apologize.
So the way the line breaks go on here are different than how they are like in my feed over on the side. So for me, there was a line break right after the word guys. So for a second, my brain only read that as I sleep with the guys. I'm like, good for you. But
I'm happy you're excited about that.
showing possession of like that it's his stuff. It's like, oh, I sleep with the guys. Cool. Anyway,
The last name Vaknin sounds like an alien name. So I'm going to go into it trying to find out if he's an alien.
Sounds like a plan. I'm going to assume that's what I would just say. So, all right.
Let's get back to Huffle.
They're not just
Hufflepuff.
dirty and gross, and it's like ritually impure with stuff you don't want to get near. And so it's like, look, God, look at all the good things I'm doing.
Rags.
And he's like, you don't understand compared to my holiness how
awesome I am.
Like far that measures up.
So no. God says, you don't understand what a dick I am.
Yeah, you don't understand how petty I am, how elitist. Like again, like it's and
Look
I'm
at
told
Luigi
that this,
not buying this shit.
yeah,
or is
like,
he? I don't know. He's in a weird spot this part of the show.
Yeah, it's like again, like so I'm told that this God loves me so much more than I love my kids. Then I guess I must just not understand what love even is, even though God is the one who imprinted on my heart what is good and what is loving and explained it to it in his word.
Yeah.
But
so that's why you got to beat the goodness into your kids.
Yeah. Or just tell them that even when like my kids were like 2 years old and like wanted to like color me a picture, or like I remember like my son like wanted to draw a picture of me to give it to me, and I looked at it and it's like, so of course I look at this like monstrosity of a stick figure, if you could even call it that my son produced, and said like, son, you might as well have just given me a used tampon, because this is so far off from what I actually look like. It's like,
and he's like, Dad, what's a tampon?
Also, fuck you. Which
love you, Dad.
No, I'm saying that's what my son should have said. It's like, what's a tampon? Also, fuck you, Dad. Like, that would have been an appropriate response, because that would have been me being a dick.
You're like, what's a tampon? Also, that does not logically follow.
Yeah, so this whole idea that
Asher probably would have said that when he was like 7 or 8. I could see him pulling something like that in his own words.
Yeah, now what was fun with my son, like when he was still learning words, so many different words came out as some variation of the fuck word.
Yeah, we had that. That was good times.
Like there was like faucet, like came out fuck it. Fork just came out fuck.
Yeah, Owen did that too. That was, man, I hated / loved laughing at him when he didn't know why we were laughing.
Yeah. Right, or there was others that you wouldn't expect, like napkin just came out like fucking or something. But my favorite was he said vacuum as fuck you.
Wow, that's
but he was also but the best part of that was I remember one time I was in the dining room with him and like his mom's like started vacuuming in the living room, and as soon as like she turned on the vacuum, he just like jumped up and like started like running towards her and pointing. It's going fuck you. Like he was trying to say, "Oh, it's the vacuum," but he was just like pointing at his mom, going "fuck you."
Vacuum better, woman.
So yeah,
we didn't make it easier for you to clean the house so you could slack off.
oh
man, there are people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know, there's some like Gravy Seals, dude, like Meal Team 6 assholes that are like trying to join ICE, and like that's actually how they think. I didn't come up with those nicknames. They came up from like an actual military woman, and I love it.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Gravy Seals.
I was explaining to my son like the state of things, and I'm like, so it's just gonna be fat schlubs who like it's gonna be racist schlubs who join ICE now, and because like that's the only people who are gonna want to join. I was like, so it's gonna be awful, but also really funny.
At least we have that.
Bunch of man children who don't value themselves, like trying to act tough. It's gonna be the best of the darkest humor.
Right. All right.
Let's get back. Fire truck classic with my kids. Caught that at a point that didn't make sense. What's happening with?
I think we were talking about like different ways, like the fuck word gets worked into different words. But yeah,
I swear they're working into things like they're doing it on purpose. Because like you said, like an N became an F. Like
napkin became fucking. I think we figured out later when we noticed. Like I guess my son just really liked working in the F sound into words because he also pronounced smoothie foofy. And we still use that to this day because it was adorable.
We were at the Union Terminal Museum Center, which is a very cool thing in Cincinnati. It's a landmark train station.
Yeah. Here, keep talking about that. I need to pee. I'll be right back.
And we just hung out in the kids section where he did a bunch of ADHD things, and I just saluted him while he did things that didn't fit in. So we went up to the cafe afterwards, and we're like hanging out, and he's standing on his chair eating like not a great burger, but it was, it was lunch. And all of a sudden he just like glares at me, and but he looks at me, I think he was like 4 or something, and he just like looks at me like he's trying to give me like a hard time and make me laugh. But he looks like an older man with a comb over when he's doing it in the picture. I took a picture of him. Just like, I already knew this, but at that point I was like, we're going to get along just fine. It's like you're doing things that don't make sense in context. I love it. He's still doing that now. He's got a mustache. He's trying to do that thing where like got that like Looks like maybe he has a mustache. Maybe he drank chocolate milk thing going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And he's like, I think I'm gonna. He goes, I think I'm gonna let it grow. And I said, no. I said, you all do that. You all like it. You want to grow it. It looks bad on everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. My son.
And he's like, I'm gonna let it grow. And I was like, all right, looks bad. It's gonna look bad.
Yep.
But
I did enjoy the interaction I had with him when I was over at your house the other day. It's like you told him when I got there, and he came down and he said something like, "Oh, well, this is like an unexpected visit or something." What did he say?
This was unexpected.
Yeah, he just comes down like, "Oh, this is," and I just responded, "You're welcome." And he goes, "Okay," and then just like kept walking.
Now, to the neurotypical, that was a rude exchange. For the autistic, that was everybody meeting everybody else where they were.
Yep, I enjoyed it quite thoroughly. So
raised him to be himself, which means
mm-hmm.
he walks around not knowing what to do with his arms, like I did when I was his age.
Like you do. Yeah.
Yep.
And so once again, God doesn't need to do any of this. God doesn't need to create. God doesn't need to forgive. God doesn't need to give mercy or justice. But the fact...
Yeah, so if he doesn't need to create, then why does he create all the people that he knows are going to go to hell? If he doesn't need to create them.
Yeah, sick flex, bro.
Yeah. It's like, and again, like they're saying this whole, like, well, God doesn't need to. Okay, but you can't both have that God is all loving. But then when you say, well, why doesn't he do these things? Well, he doesn't need to. Again, go to any loving relationship, like parent-child, sibling, friend, romantic relationship, spouse, whatever. Like when there is any situation where like there's something, okay, this is the obvious loving thing to do for the other person in this relationship. But then if you don't do the thing and the other person says like, hey, why didn't you do the loving thing? I thought you loved me. Is the appropriate response ever, well, I didn't have to. Like, when else does that work?
Depends who you are. God creates people to go to hell because... Right.
Okay, but why is that his hobby? That's fucked up, though.
For the man who has everything, you give people in hell.
But yeah, that's why, like...
Some people buy Rolexes, some people burn people in hell. I don't know.
That's why, like, there is no single, like, consistent through line of any apologetic in which God's character remains consistent and intact.
It's
and
almost
good.
Like people were trying to figure shit out over thousands of years.
Right. And it's really hard to figure shit out when you're talking about a thing that doesn't even exist. So, you know, sympathy there. That's a tough row to hoe.
I think they were probably sensing like the rhythms and patterns in nature because, you know, they're part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because that's what all this stuff, it sounds like there's all this stuff that we can't explain and we need to come up with stories. But when it comes to like the character of this god or gods or other like things in the spirit realm, like in order to come up with stories to explain things, it's like you have to give them these character attributes, but when you like fully extrapolate it and like take it out to a logical conclusion, it's like you use those character attributes to explain reality, but the reality that we have really doesn't match what you would expect if they actually had those attributes. So like, for instance, if we did have a God who was all-knowing and all-loving and all-powerful, then if you didn't know anything about reality the way it is, but if you somehow were able to be in such a mind state that you have zero clue about what reality actually is, but you're just given the concept of an all-loving, all-powerful, all-knowing God who made everything, and you were to guess, how would this God make things? The way things actually are would be the furthest thing from your mind. Guarantee it.
Guarantee.
Yep. So
It's,
yeah.
what part are we in what part are we on in the chapters? Like, is he
This
getting
is
into karma? Because that
yeah,
looked
this is
boring.
misunderstandings of hell, and next is babies going to heaven and God protecting the innocent from
Oh
God's punishment,
well,
and then karma.
I want to see him dodge babies going to hell. That should be fun.
Now I just got a picture of him like literally dodging babies on their way to hell. like
Like it's
he
a
is
mini
spending
game in a video game.
where if you but it's like God needs to get these babies to hell, so you got to dodge them and not get in their way.
You gotta dodge flaming babies. Oh, it's so terrible. A flood just happened, Matt. Why are you talking about flaming babies?
Flaming
I don't know,
baby.
because it's kind of the opposite of drowning babies.
So that's better. It's
I
like
don't
how
know.
God.
No, it's not.
Well, it's like how like. Whoop.
I gotta cut in with a little bit of reality for a second. It is tearing me up watching dads look for their kids in Texas. And you know why? It's just like a clusterfuck of dads looking for kids out there. Is because there's no fucking search and rescue because there isn't money to pay for it. Like, that's some catastrophic shit. I mean, sure, it's cheaper, but not better.
No. But you see, Matt, like they have no right to the product of other people's labor.
I thought it was all God's money.
Well, and you have no right to his money or something. Anyway, so all right, so do we want to keep misunderstanding hell?
No, miss me with the misunderstanding at this point.
All right, so want to like all right, so dodging babies, is that
dodging babies?
Woo. Let's see where. Well, here I'll just go down to the chapter here. All right.
To you, who you really are and who he really is.
What would you say in the case of children that die on the first day of life, or someone with like a cognitive disability where they're not able to function in society or have any type of like intellectual
Define
understanding
function in
of
society,
Christ?
you
What happens
dick.
to them?
Yeah, I would say everybody is
Right.
born with original sin, and we all deserve punishment. But from who I know God's character to be in Scripture, God is free to save whom he wants to save. And based on who...
Wait. Then
Are you passing the buck there, Wes?
that completely like so there are no rules. So like
Real
if
men
God
pass
can
the
save
buck.
whoever if God can save whoever he wants, then what's the point of hell being locked from the inside if he can just save whoever he wants? What's the point of we just deserve hell by default if God can just save whoever he wants? Like what's the point of evangelism if God can just save whoever he wants? Like he just completely undermined every single fucking thing he said about hell up until this point.
You're like, Wes, how the fuck do you see your job? like you just talked yourself out of a job. I thought you were supposed to explain shit, and you're like, nah, it doesn't matter. None of it matters. Shouldn't have to do anything. It's all just in his head.
Right.
Anyway.
So if God can save whoever he wants, then why does anyone go to hell? Unless God wants people to go to hell. In which case, what the fuck?
It just feels like whatever God feels like doing at the time. There's no rhyme or reason to it. He just like threw religion, any kind of systematic anything under the bus.
Yeah, so it's not even about like God is too holy to have sin in his presence. So it's not about something he can't do. Like, never mind that it's weird to imagine some sort of rule above God that's being imposed on him. Like, no, it's like God can save whoever he wants. Like, okay, then.
I was just thinking I realized that it sounds like we're butthurt against God. And people are like, you talk about God an awful lot for not thinking that God exists. And God was real in our lives for a long time. And then after we realized that we were unconvinced, we couldn't reconvince ourselves or find anything to reconvince us. We realized how much the stuff hurt us before.
Yeah.
And why it appealed to me so much was that like it helped me find a way to holiify like negative
Mhm.
parenting patterns that like I'd experienced. Uh,
Yeah, yeah,
so
because I can promise you, like, I've never been angry at God a day in my life.
no,
Because
me neither.
like my whole Christian life, where I actually believed in God, like it was just phases of my super conservative upbringing, basically saying like I'm basically not allowed to be mad at him, all the way to like my deconstruction and like more like progressive Christianity, saying like, oh, but I have no reason to be mad at God because nothing bad comes from him anyway.
And it wasn't like pent
So
up like
yeah,
hidden anger. Like I really
mhm,
I bought what he's selling right now, where like God can do whatever God wants. Like I get that.
yeah,
And I have no power to do anything except sometimes I can like sway him if I have enough people saying the same thing I am, like at him. Like
mhm, yeah, somehow, yeah. But then, so the anger I have now is at the teachings about him and the religions that are set up around him and the way that people are made to feel about themselves because of what they think they have to believe about him and themselves. Like that.
especially after we have like information and data and research that shows that
Mhm.
like talking to
Yeah.
people this way about themselves hurts them.
Yeah. Like
And then they're
religious
like, no,
trauma.
no, I
Yeah.
have faith it's good because God.
Yeah. Yeah, like religious trauma is a real thing. Like look it up. It's,
No, it's no joke. I
yeah.
realized that like I
Yeah.
thought it I would have I didn't actually hear it when I was a Christian, but like had I heard it when I was a Christian full on believing, I would have thought that was something in their heads. It's trauma because they're rejecting the truth or something.
Right. Hmm.
And no, it's because dickheads who applied all this shit to their relationships with me uh damaged me, hurt me. Um Now, I didn't tell them that like they were hurting me at the time. I didn't know. I thought they were sending me in a good direction.
Hmm. Yeah.
His
But yeah. Yeah, pretty much what Fox says. Yeah, never met a god myself. Is lobby group, and I have had words a few times though. Yes, yeah, that's my point. Like when I'm when I get angry about like religion or like Christianity or its teachings or whatever, like that's what I'm getting mad at. Is it the shit that people are saying
yeah.
about this God or what this God wants us to say or believe or think or feel about ourselves or whatever. Like that's what I'm getting mad at. Like the whole like me deconverting, it literally just came down to I just could not believe it anymore because it just literally did not make sense. The anger and the hurt came after, like and
Right.
like looking back on it in
And that was
retrospect.
more at the
Yeah.
people.
Yes.
It's hard to be mad at an idea.
Yeah, but even then, in a lot of ways, it's even kind of hard to be mad at the people knowing that, like, I know, like, they were taught this as well. Like, they weren't. It's like it's not like they were doing this to me on purpose. It's like they legit thought this was the best thing to teach me and for me to internalize and think about myself. But
Yeah.
so yeah, I'm just mad at the idea. So I guess in a way, I guess I really am more mad at the ideas. Um, Mad at some of the people because there's like some of those things like you should really know better. But
Some people that I'm thinking of that were in charge of things that the thing we did that was
mhm,
the separate thing. Yeah, some
yeah,
people in charge of there. The person in charge of that was a prayer thing, like a prayer ministry, right? Some would say cult, some would say proto cult, some would say it was a new denomination within our church.
yeah.
They'd all be
Yeah,
right.
you know what they say: if it walks like a cult, quacks like a cult, and
It's stuck. No, but this person actually said like I'm on board with all the justice stuff. I really have a hard time loving people though. And I just was like, isn't that the whole fucking thing?
right?
Why are you in charge? This sounds dangerous.
Yeah. Speaking of which, it looks like Wes is trying to give you a little reach around here.
Is he?
So.
He can try. I don't know what that means.
Well, it looks like someone else is like trying to give him one too off camera there. So let's let this play out.
You get a
See
little
what
bit
happens.
reachy there with that.
God is, I see no reason why he would not save children
I see
who
that.
die in infancy.
Mhm.
He would not save people with cognitive disabilities. I don't know the answer to that ultimately, but once again, like Scripture tells us what we need to know, not what we want to know. But I think
Does it?
But okay, but if it does, okay, how does the question of like, does God save babies or people with intellectual disabilities? How does that fall into the category of things we don't need to know?
Yeah, this is a thing he does where he's like he yada yadas some important shit.
Yeah, this is something I talk about a lot. It's like, because like within Christianity, there's this thing that they talk about, like, well, there's like the essentials and there's more like peripheral issues, like the things that like we disagree on, like amongst different denominations. And they're like, as long as we agree on like the core, most important things, all the rest of that stuff, it's still like important, but it's not like necessary. But one of the things that Christians disagree on, like not just the whole like, do babies go to heaven or do intellectually disabled people go to heaven? Because like I've heard both.
Right. If you're Catholic, you gotta sprinkle them with the magic water first.
Right. But here's the thing. But things like that, or the whole idea of like whether or not you can lose your salvation once you have it, like Christians disagree on that, but they treat it like, oh, that's just like a doctrinal issue. We can disagree. It's like, especially the whole like, can you lose your salvation question? The fact that they don't feel like they have a clear answer and that's okay, like that should be horrifying.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, especially because I've been told that I'm never was a Christian because I left, because there was a verse in like I think one of the Johns in the New Testament where it says like basically like those who went out from among us were never really one of us. So basically like, well, if you leave the faith and you never really had it. So I'm like, okay, but like while I was
what's that? The problems like sure,
right?
Whatever makes you solve all your problems.
Yeah, but here's the thing: like while I was a Christian, like everyone who knew me well, they were like, "Oh yeah, Tommy's absolutely a Christian. He's definitely saved. Like he's so full of the Spirit, so like in love with God and all the things." Okay, but now I'm not. Like, okay, so what does that say about your abilities to tell if someone's saved or not? Okay, and then especially, what does that say about your ability to tell if you are saved? Because like, how do you know that you one day won't walk away, and then therefore, you weren't really saved to begin with?
Well, you're clearly not the one who was never saved. You never asked that question. That reminds me, there was a guy named Walt, who was one of the founding members of the Christian fraternity. But by the time it was a thing, like had started up, he had discovered both weed and orgies. And
well, good for him.
And then like basically stopped living at the house, the fraternity house, but left his Chevette in the parking lot and just like disowned it. And he sort of moved like 3 houses down to like a Frank Lloyd Wright house, like a famous architect,
Mm-hmm.
Looks like it's made of mushrooms, like mushroom shapes, like the Smurfs lived there or something. And that was the argument, and the people were like, "Well, he must have never been saved." It's like, no, he was like one of the people who was like, "Yeah, Christian fraternity, this needs to happen. I'm in." And then he's like,
"Yeah,
what? Girls, boobs, nakedness. I'm there. God sucks." And then, and so to retaliate because we sucked, we would stand on the roof of the fraternity house. I think you lived up there, right? Or.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was a third floor resident. We would stand on the roof and try to urinate on his car for fun, which was wishful thinking because no one had a stream strong enough nor a dick long enough to reach it. But we all fucking tried. Sober. Generations of flies lived and died in that car because there was like a pizza box in there and there was probably pizza in it. But there was like always flies inside the car. Eventually somebody towed it. We were sad.
No.
Because peeing from a 3rd-story roof was fun.
It's true. It's true. All right. Well, let's see if Wes can keep dodging the babies.
Yay!
Based on the character of God and the fact that when the Israelites are told not to sacrifice their children, it's the only time that like a group is overtly described as innocent. Like the death of the innocents is what it's described to when these people are sacrificing their children to the pagan agricultural gods. So I think it's like extrapolating and it's conjecture.
So if children are innocent, then why in other places did God specifically tell them to kill the children?
Right. But what about when they like made fun of that guy being bald and he sent a bear against him? Were they guilty because they thought baldness was funny? That's what kids they're not trying to be hurtful. Just bald people look silly sometimes. That's it.
Right? Yeah.
No, it looks worse when you've got like the Bozo the Clown like receding hairline thing going on.
Which that's kind of what I might have at this point. I don't know. It's been a while.
Not yet, dude. My dad like lost like he had like the actual ring around there and he tried to grow it out just a little bit. Looked fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. All right. So Wes is going to try to tell us that God thinks children are innocent, even though he also ordered them to be killed.
Yeah.
So,
but I think based on what I see in Scripture,
a little bit of wisdom about clowns. I heard from somebody. They're like, clowns wear makeup, but makeup of what? I couldn't unhear that.
I don't get it.
What are they trying to look like? An emotion? I don't know. There's nothing that looks like what they do makeup like except clowns. I don't know. That's scary shit to me for some reason.
Fair enough.
Anyway, moving on. Chat's asleep.
Of who God is, that he's loving, that he's compassionate, that he's merciful, that he's abounding in steadfast love and kindness, right? That Exodus 34:6, that I see no reason to not say that if my wife has a miscarriage, that child I will be reunited with in heaven. Because
see, my wife and my child, because you see, we're white. So... right? That's pretty much anything in apologetics. This thing is this thing, unless it's not.
Whatever's most.
We have verses for both. So. Let's see.
Because of who God is and what his loving kindness is to humanity.
So
that's us.
Couldn't you extrapolate that to the guy on the island?
That's what I would.
It could be.
He has a pen
However,
now.
there is.
It's like,
where'd he get a pen? Luigi has a pen.
Tammy Faye Baker.
Interesting. So are clowns like? Are they doing like exaggerated like hobo trans makeup? Are they trying to be like? Are they like making fun of women? I'm still unclear what's happening.
Yeah. So now they're bringing it back to like the guy on the island. Which
he's still there, still unsaved.
But this is again Wes contradicting himself, because what did he say about those people? Like when they were talking about it earlier, he's like, well, none of us deserve it. So they're trying to tell this narrative about how we're just born in sin. Like we are born sinful. We are born like just, or at conception, probably just we begin to exist as sinful. So how can you say that children are innocent? Because this is actually something I kind of struggled with.
They're not, according to that. Yeah.
Yeah, because this is actually something I kind of struggled with. And actually for a long time, like I believed that, when babies died, they are going to hell because we all are come into life sinful and deserving of hell. So therefore, if anyone dies without receiving Christ, even if they were a baby or mentally challenged or whatever and just never heard, like, because
flaming babies we all still deserve. On the menu.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah, so I basically saw no biblical justification for this concept of something like an age of accountability, or like when children die, they just get to go to heaven just because. Like I saw no reason to actually think that.
No, except
which is fucked up, but
yeah, except that like people couldn't bring themselves to say it, and so there was always like an exception.
Yeah. That's basically what it is. Yeah, they realized
what led Catholics to see the necessity for purgatory.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. If you believe in original sin, then yeah, insta hell for sure.
I never understood. Like, if there's purgatory, then what's the point of hell? Like, if you can like put heaven on layaway and sit in purgatory long enough to like deserve heaven or whatever, sort your shit out, or God to sort his shit out, one of the two.
Right.
Then what's the point of hell? Is that just? And if there's purgatory, what's the point of Jesus? I thought he sorted shit out.
See, now I'm doing it.
Damn
Damn it.
God, I hate. You know what? That is a reinforcing technique. For him to do that at those right times, that was my first indication that like he has been in a Christian focus group of some kind, like a small group or a discipleship thing, because that affirming, even if it's sarcastic, that affirming noise that lets the person who's talking know that you approve, and it's a little cookie to like keep the brain like focused on that thing. You reward that thing. It's a behavior modification technique. Used for indoctrination. Also, just as good. It's just natural how groups are. Anyway.
True. All right. So let's hear why these babies born sinful are actually innocent.
Kind of a cognitive reckoning. And this is where I would be careful to say that this is my opinion.
Yeah, we're not.
But I'm not denying.
Don't defend him, Luigi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put your dick back in your pants.
Okay, but this is one like whenever you hear like a Christian or apologist or whoever say something like, "Now this is where I want to be careful," like that's when you know that they can tell that what they probably should be saying and what is actually consistent with their beliefs is pretty fucked up. But they were like, "Now I want to be careful about this," so they say, "I'm not really saying." Yeah, that little dopamine hit.
Yep.
But
it's all opinion. BS woke up.
Right. Kip may still be asleep, but yeah.
Yeah, fucking old bastard. Is he older than me? He probably is.
I guess first of all, how old are you?
How old is he in Canadian years? I think I'm 47. I'm 47. I did the math real
That's
fast.
right. Yeah, you're 5 years older than me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, in beaver years, is that what they do up there?
Moose years.
Moose.
No. Moose don't share their years. It's got to be something else.
The beavers are generous. But
giggity.
We'll just leave that one there.
Everybody is
not like an
stained with
Orthodox
sin.
Christian bishop or anything like that we would really trust.
Name Andrew Schultz?
Yeah.
Wait, go back. Go. Oh, you stop flirting, you two. Go back and look at their faces when they do this.
Oh, look at that. Where are we?
I can't quit you.
A lot of delineation literature and like debate about these things. But I think
one thing scripturally that hung me up when I was a kid is the idea of the Pharaoh of Egypt having his heart hardened by God.
Wait, can I go back?
That God hardened his heart so that he couldn't see the truth of what was being revealed. And I'm curious.
All right, I think I went the wrong way.
Oh, yeah.
based on the character of God and the fact that when the Israelites are told not to sacrifice their children, it's the only time that like a group is overtly described as the innocent. Like the death of the innocents is what it's described to when these people are sacrificed.
All right, so doctrine of original sin disconfirmed, I guess.
Interesting.
If children are innocent, then yeah,
Their children to the
suck it,
pagan
Calvinist.
agricultural gods. So I think it's like
But Wes is a
extrapolating and it's conjecture, but I think
Wes is a Calvinist, so it's almost like he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
He's spinning his wheels. He kind of feels like he's losing them, and he's just trying to throw a dog a bone here, trying to keep him on his side. Oh, absolutely make fun of his man bun. I mean, I'm almost able to rock a man little ponytail in the back, but if I do a man bun, make fun of me.
Yeah, the way I treat mocking people's like physical appearance is I don't like for the instance of like man buns. I don't have anything against man buns in general, but
Most people who have them.
No, there's some that are all right, but when a person is already like pissing me off or bugging the fuck out of me for whatever other reason, if they also happen to have some physical features that I might want to poke fun at, then I be my own guest or whatever. So,
see, it's his weird robotic personality that makes me want to make fun of his man bun. How this guy has read the literature. He knows the hard things to ask. He thinks he's being cool. Wes is like, yeah, I know the answers to these.
Yep, that is a choice.
No, it is. It takes effort.
Man buns are locked from the inside.
No, man buns are a choice, not just one choice. It takes like months and months of continuing to say yes to that hairstyle to get it to be a bun.
See, that's like continuous, enthusiastic consent. Yes.
Yeah, you're no longer part of the innocence at that point. Right. Yeah. Things that are a choice about somebody's appearance. Yeah, don't be a dick about that. Unless here might be, I don't know about this. Is this an exception to that rule? RFK Jr. sounds like he's gargling nuts all the time. Can we make fun of him? It is funny when people do an impression of him when they're critiquing his politics. I love that. Now, if they're just going to mock him for talking that way, I don't like that so much.
Right. Yeah, a friend of mine shared a reel with me recently. It was this lady doing an impression of him, just saying all kinds of like batshit stuff that doesn't sound too far off from what he would say. But I don't remember how most of it went. I just remember it started with her saying, "You don't need Tylenol. Just lick a mountain."
Is that what he said? Is that a real thing?
No, it sounds like something he would do.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure.
But I just love like just lick a mountain. Like that floored me. Like the rest of it was great, but I just don't remember any of it because that just owns my brain.
You don't need vaccines, just eugenics.
Yeah.
Why are people so dumb that they don't see the eugenics in front of them?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a problem for future.
Based on what I see in Scripture of who God is, that He's loving, that He's compassionate, that He's merciful, that He's abounding in steadfast love and kindness, right? That Exodus 34:6, that I see no reason to not say that if my wife has a miscarriage, that child I will be reunited with in heaven because of who God is and what His love and kindness is to humanity.
So couldn't you extrapolate that to the guy on the island?
That's
good.
No, fuck him. Yeah.
Here it goes. Here's where the flirting comes in.
Yeah.
It could be. It could be. However, there is kind of a cognitive reckoning. And this is where I would be careful to say that this is my opinion.
Yeah, we're not.
But I'm not denying that everybody is
not like an Orthodox Christian bishop or anything like that we would really trust.
Name Andrew Schultz?
Yeah. Go on.
You know me too well.
So, but these, once again,
they're so adorable.
What the hell? That wasn't even funny. I mean, I don't know if that was funny, but like for sure, Luigi doesn't know why that's funny. Bishop, what's his fuck? That's not a thing he knows.
I don't know. It's
he just likes how Muscles McLollipop looked at him.
Yeah, but pay attention to this though. Like, 'cause when they're talking about some like random dude like on an island somewhere, so therefore probably not looking like him. It's like,
Oh, and for
he's
Kip,
like,
and for Kip, who may not have been here for the Lollipop Guild reference, we decided he's the fourth member of the Lollipop Guild.
yeah, Wes here. Yeah. Specifically because of like another face he was making earlier that I paused him on.
No,
But-
for real, that is flirting.
Mhm,
That
mhm.
bashful smile, and Wes knows he power moved him into a bashful smile. They both know, and we know who the bottom is now.
Problem solved. All right. But okay, but so think about that when they were talking about the Islander before, and there's like, well, what about this guy? And Wes's answer was like, well, you got to remember, none of us actually deserve heaven. So basically, so yeah, he's probably
Except
just going to go to
babies
hell.
that
Yeah,
don't.
but
Like-
when it's his baby, he's like, well, I got to believe that God will let my baby into heaven, but not Islander dude.
Yeah.
Like,
How is Luigi making such good points and towing the party line on some of the info? I'm very confused by him.
yeah.
See, he can't quit Wes. That's what's happening.
Yeah. See, no, I'm doing it too. God damn it.
There are like topics that are have been discussed for 2,000 plus
Yeah,
years,
of
right? The
course, yeah.
Jews in the pre-Jesus times were all
The Jews.
Yeah, see, for thousands of years, they still can't figure this basic shit out. Like, who the fuck is going to hell? Like, we still don't know.
Thousands
And
of
they're just
years,
like, yeah,
thousands
isn't
of years, the Jews couldn't figure it out. We needed was a
Yeah.
white Christian.
Yeah, but isn't it funny how no one knows if they're going to heaven or not? Oh,
That's the best.
yeah. Ugh.
also coming up with these questions. So there's a lot of delineation in literature and like debate about these things.
Sure,
But I
sure.
think
One thing scripture that hung me up when I was a kid is the idea of the Pharaoh of Egypt having his heart hardened by God. And that God hardened his heart so that he couldn't see the truth of what was being revealed.
Just
and I'm
like a good
curious
father.
why, in your opinion, God would step in to, I guess, orient him in a way that was against what God wanted.
Yeah, why doesn't he get the same forgiveness?
yeah, to accomplish God's will. So the thing
I
is,
guess at that point in time, Jesus hadn't died already.
Yeah, it was Old Testament.
Okay.
well, God, I would go to the length of
So it's okay for God to fuck around sending people to hell just because Jesus hadn't died yet.
Yeah. So, but also, if you answer the question like, well, why does God do this? It's like, well, that's God's will. So you're basically saying like, why did God do that? Because he wanted to. It's like, okay, that doesn't really answer the question. Why did he want to? Why was that his will?
It's mysterious. Don't ask questions.
Right, because gotta keep him guessing. So fucked up. But let's hear how he answers, because I have some thoughts on the whole like God hardening Pharaoh's heart and hardening other people's hearts based on different explanations I've heard, specifically one Greg Boyd and his justification for that, which is super problematic. But we'll see where Wes goes with this.
saying God knows things we don't, because he's God. And so Paul talks about this in Romans chapter 8 and 9, where he comments on this and talks about the hardening of Pharaoh's heart. But it says both that Pharaoh hardened his own heart and God hardened Pharaoh's heart. So there's a mutuality going on in there, and God's sovereignty.
Yeah, it's not a contradiction; it's a mutuality.
God, Wes, you're just the king of the yada yada. Like, this is all just like... I'm going to say words and let my tone of voice convince you that I'm saying what I want you to think I'm saying, but I'm really not.
Yeah, just about.
And our free will. Both those things exist. And God uses Pharaoh as a tool to enact his justice. And yet also, God can draw a straight line with a crooked stick. And so he does these things.
What does that mean?
Even in instances where we might not totally understand.
Again, so essentially his justification for like, so guys asking like, so why would God harden people's heart? And so far his answer is like, well, he can and he wants to. Like, okay.
Big straight line. Okay. That was like a piss poor thought stopping thing.
Yeah. It's like
It only
what's
works if
going
he keeps
on,
talking right away.
but it's ultimately for his glorification and the purpose of God is the main character of the story. And the redemption of his people is accomplished through Pharaoh.
so God is the main character, and I guess also by extension his people the main character. So other people who are made in God's image and he created them special, they're just basically collateral damage.
Also, why do this? If the Jews were going to be released anyway, what the fuck is the point of this?
Yeah.
Is it so he would
Which also-
later chase after them and then he could like crash an ocean on them? That
Yeah, which also good point. Anyone can draw a straight line with a crooked stick because yes, there's only a small part of the stick that's actually doing the drawing. The shape of the rest of the stick is completely inconsequential.
It's like excellent point, wuss puff.
But fuck.
Sick flex, bro.
But let's hear why.
Wait, you know what this reminded me of? Every time Trump in an interview or when when he says like it's blah blah blah, did you know that? That's him letting everyone know he just learned that. Thinks it's something most people don't know, and then shares it as a wicked cool insight.
Mm-hmm.
He's such a fucking toddler. Did you know that like taxes, blah blah blah? That's how we get that. Man, most people don't know that. I bet you didn't know that. You didn't know it. You fuck 5 minutes ago. Shut up.
Yeah, it's literally missing the point of the stick. But yeah, I mean, it's just like a toddler like coming up to you, like, "Did you know that birds have nests?" It's like,
Yeah, sometimes they fall out of that and die.
yeah. It's like, or did you know that sometimes people poop? It's like yes, we all
Every day I'm reminded anew. Yes.
yes. That's basically Trump. But now it's like, did you know that sometimes God just wants to fuck people shit up because it's his plan?
How many
Hardening
times?
his own heart
Hold on a
and
second.
being
That reminded
bitter,
me.
and yet
Of,
God.
like, the attitude that Trump has when he walks into a room sometimes, it's like where he just like his mommy just told him he was the bestest boy, like that. It's all that, and that Pam Bondi, the AG, I just picked up on this when I was watching like a video of her in a cabinet meeting. She's playing the role of super defensive, arrogant mama bear. She's playing the role of the mom he wished he had now that he's a dick. And she knows it. It's an act. She's like, my Donald is the bestest boy. And like that's what she's doing. He's eating it up and she's just playing him for like whatever benefit she gets. They all are. It's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't seen this, I don't think, since Ulysses S. Grant was president.
Ooh.
They just floated his boat all day long to their own benefit. Except in this one, in this version, they get thrown under the bus when they're no longer useful, no matter who it is.
Yep.
Except for Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, I think they're immune.
I guess we'll see.
Which makes me think they're more in charge than he is.
Could be.
If they know how to play the game.
It also uses that in hardening Pharaoh's hearts to accomplish that narrative. So the book of Genesis literally ends with the story of Joseph, where Joseph's brothers sell him into slavery into Egypt. They want to kill him. God restrains their evil. They sell him into slavery, and he ends up climbing.
If he restrains their evil, what happened to free will there?
Seems like maybe he could have restrained things in the garden a bit.
Or so many other things.
I mean, because that was the thing that created the evil, supposedly.
But then it's like, well, but he had to restrain in order to enact his plan. So but you're saying like that God's plans for everything are so fragile and narrow that one small thing like not going a certain way is going to completely fuck it up. So he has to violate free will every now and then because this is the only way it can happen because he didn't plan ahead apparently. So,
Did we make Missing Maud run out of words? Did she leave?
or maybe she just ran out of fucks to give. I don't know.
Oh, that is the first step to enlightenment.
True. Yeah, God prevents Pharaoh from repenting. There's no other reason to harden Pharaoh's heart. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know. We'll see if Wes gets to this.
No.
So I don't want to go into this completely, but at least there's like, yep. I mean, there's no other way to see it. Like God had to have it, even though they were innocent. He had to. It's complicated.
He needs his blood.
Yep.
Gotta have that blood magic.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have that eyes wide
so
shut.
the way so the way I've heard Greg Boyd explain the whole like why did God harden Pharaoh's heart? The way he said it was, well, it's because he, I guess in a way you could say, well, Pharaoh hardened it himself, or basically saying like God already knew what Pharaoh was going to do.
Yeah,
and, like, he knew he was going to be obstinate and rebellious, so God just basically gave him what he wanted and hardened his heart in that state. But I'm like, okay, but if Pharaoh was going to do it on his own anyway, then what's the point of hardening his heart? It's like the only reason to do that is to make sure that he does. And to make sure that he does not repent. Now, that also
like an argument like in favor of and against predestination.
Right, but again, like for the people who like to contrast the nice, lovely Jesus with the mean, ugly God of the Old Testament, and talking
Jesus
about
is
like
such a good boy.
but this whole like, if the point of hardening his heart is to prevent repentance, I mean, according to the book of Mark, that's why Jesus taught in parables. Like he specifically said, like, I teach in parables so that they will not understand and repent.
Yeah, that's confusing as hell.
So it's the same cruel bullshit from the Old Testament that we see in. Or
the only way I can make fun of that, make sense of that, is that it would be dangerous for people to know the truth if they heard it before they were ready. So you got to like say it in code. But there's nothing in anything else he says that would indicate that. So but it's very confusing to me.
And then again, this all comes back to how God set things up. Why make it the case that humans are too fragile to hear the truth in any given circumstance?
And if they're not ready to hear the truth, then do they go to hell because they're not ready? Whose fault is it they're not ready? If that's just not the flow of things, then
like who didn't prepare them? Who didn't make them ready?
Then that sounds like free will / predestination, which can't both happen at the same time. Also, I think it's interesting that Wes he is predestination camp. Like that's where he's coming from. But he says things in the opposite direction. Like he knows that like predestination is not going to sell anything to anybody except the people who think they're awesome already. And you can't just like people who aren't Christians, this doesn't sell well with them because you're not going to get new converts if predestination is a thing that you're arguing, because people will just assume, well, I'm probably not going there anyway, so fuck it. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting the predestination camp doesn't argue for what they believe is true.
Yeah, very, very interesting. All right, so we're going for just over 4 hours. How much longer do you want to go on this?
Yeah, we should probably wrap it up soon.
Yeah, let's see where he's going, at least on this thought with the whole hardening hearts thing. We'll probably stop it there.
the ranks of being second to Pharaoh. And then there's a famine throughout the land. And the only place that has food, because of the wisdom of Joseph, via the, God revealing this to him, is Egypt. And so Joseph's brothers go back to Egypt and they meet with him, not knowing it's their brother. And
Dumb shits.
eventually he reveals who he is to them. And he says, what you intended for evil, God intended for good in the saving of nations. And so God allows evil for good that often we don't understand.
God allows evil for the purpose of good.
Which means God can't accomplish his purposes without doing evil. Okay, so
that was a stupid way to say God uses all things for whatever.
Yeah. Okay, but let's think about that though, because again, this seems like so much apologetics is not starting with the base concept of an all-loving, all-good, all-powerful God. Say, okay, how would he do things? But instead, looking at reality the way it is and trying to make it fit with that concept. So let's just take the story of Joseph and say, okay, the reason that God had to make it so that Joseph was like beaten and sold into slavery by his brothers is basically so he could infiltrate like the Egyptian, hierarchies and basically get to a position of power so he could eventually bring in his people and save them from a famine. Okay, several things. First of all, God could have just made it so there was no famine that they needed saved from to begin with. Second, God could have just told the Pharaoh, hey, these people need help them, and harden his heart in a good way and say, I will make your heart want to help these people. Why is it God can only harden people's heart to make them do evil and he can't make them do good? Why does it only ever work that way?
Yeah, evil is a tool for good. Sounds like authoritarian doublespeak to me, says Anarchic Fox. Yes.
Oh, because it is. Yes.
Yeah. Almost like what we have now is peak Christianity. It's peak patriarchy. That's what we have now.
Yay. Yeah. But yeah, but this whole just like taking for granted that the way things happen, well, this had to be how it is, and we're not allowed to try to think of any way that would have been a better way to do it. But
right, you can question it until they run out of answers, and then it's a mystery.
Yeah, but seriously, like the only way that God could think to rescue his people from a famine, which again, never mind the whole how he could have just made it so there's no famine to begin with, but like he couldn't think of any other ways of, these brothers need to beat their one brother and sell him into slavery, and he's got to like be wrongfully imprisoned for years once he gets there. And
sounds like a hate crime to me.
Yeah, it's like that is.
Dad gave you the most awesomest coat. Like, therefore, in a pit you go. Like,
right. Yeah, it's like with any kind of argument about like how like finely tuned and well designed things are, like they'll point to like how complex things are, but like ask any designer, they'll say like the hallmark of good design is simplicity. So it's like it's like we're giving God credit for setting up these like stupid like Rube Goldberg mechanisms that also along the way like end up like causing pain to people as part of the mechanism. But it's like, or you could just make a thing that just does the thing without all the mess. But apparently not.
Reminds me of an Ouroboros.
Yep, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
Wowza.
Karma.
No.
Yes.
Hold on. Hold on. I want to go back. What did he stop on that made everyone so dumbfounded? What the fuck was that?
I don't know. Let's watch it, because what happens next was good too.
Of nations. And so God allows evil for good that often we don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Wowza.
Karma.
No.
Really?
Look at him. Look, Wes knows he's Luigi's daddy now. Like the way he's talking to him. He's like, Karma, no. He knows he's in charge.
All right, let's back that up again.
I don't know what happened. It was just like things stopped, and all of a sudden they had a moment. It was really jarring.
Of nations. And so God allows evil for good that often we don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
Wowza.
Karma.
No.
Yes. No. You know this idea, like, I think that we have a skewed
I
understanding.
don't know why it's so funny. I like how they zoomed out to show the black guy like nodding uncomfortably. He's like, move it along. Sure. Like,
Right.
that was a stiff nod. It's like
All
a
right.
full body nod. It's like,
Yeah, so it's
like that's what people do when they rock when they're like they feel unsafe. Like,
so all right. So it sounds like they're done with the whole hardening heart. So I guess we may be coming back to this. Like, I guess are we done finishing the video for this evening?
yeah, I don't know. That was a good laugh to end on.
Yeah.
I said.
All right, but real quick, because it looks like Anita's back.
Anita woke up.
I just want to address this real quick. So God allows famine to preserve free will and natural law. Like, I don't know what famines have to do with free will. Like,
I don't know.
and couldn't
people
God
choose
have
to starve?
well? Okay, and
Because-
why does God? Yeah, but also, why does God have to preserve natural law? And who made natural law such that it must include famines?
Yeah.
Could God not have created a natural law that did not require famines?
And if God must preserve free will and he must preserve natural law, then there's some kind of law that God must obey that's above him. Because he can do whatever the fuck he wants. If there's anything he has to do, he's not in charge of that.
Yeah. Now, and also, I don't know, Anita, if you said, but like, I don't know where you fall as far as like.
It's been a
sort of
confusing ride.
Right.
Anita.
But I don't know where you are on the whole like biblical literalism. Like, do you think like literal 6-day creation, like the story of the fall and everything in Genesis and like the Garden of Eden, if you think that was all real? But so whether or not this applies to you, this is a question I have for any Christians who do believe in like how, God creating a perfect garden with like no sin, no suffering, and then heaven itself being completely free of any kind of suffering, famine, illness, or whatever. So, but if you're going to have this argument that like suffering and all this stuff is necessary, then why did God create a perfect world without suffering? So like, does that mean once we go to heaven, we still have to suffer and be able to enjoy it? Or like, if Adam and Eve had never sinned, then the Garden of Eden would have been free of suffering. So does that mean it wouldn't have been as good? And they wouldn't have been able to grow or build character or whatever. So like, yeah. So, and again, this means that God couldn't think of a way to accomplish his purposes without people having to suffer. And like that seems like a lack of imagination.
Well, there's this, Jim. I mean, if you want to play the God could have just made it this way game, then God could have just made no reality at all. True.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Here's a Koopy doll. I don't know what you think. I'm not. That's just facts. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So there's this next one, like atheists cannot be rational because God is a source of rationality, and atheists eviscerate that source. If we can eviscerate it,
wow,
are we
pretty
stronger?
metal.
I mean, flex. Let's go.
That sounds like a good metal album. Eviscerate the source. Yeah, I'd listen to that.
Judas was eviscerated. That's the whole intestines on the outside.
But here's the thing, Anita. You're assuming that God is a source of rationality.
Oh, good. Well.
So your bar is very low, is what I'm hearing.
Low bar Bill. You must lower the bar. to interpret Genesis through the lens of Joseph Campbell. Wait, why do we need to interpret Genesis through the lens of Joseph Campbell? Why not through the lens of Jesus / God / Holy Spirit? I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like the Trinity needs help.
Right. But as BS says, it's like my grandma always said: reusing Ziploc bags builds character.
Sure.
Even the
It's the
ones
same
you were
thing.
using, like, even the ones you're using to store raw chicken. It's like,
Kip's still here.
hey, he's awake.
Yeah, I don't know if WLC is leaning on somebody. They're probably not stellar. Also, WLC reminds me of the term water closet. Why stop at Genesis? I mean, it's the first. Everything else doesn't matter, right? Everything else after that doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Except
Yeah.
yeah.
So
In the beginning.
Yeah. So I just completely do not buy this notion that God had to make a world with suffering. It's like, no, God didn't have to do anything. So anyway, so
Kip woke up just in time for us to end it.
yep. That's all right. You can go back and watch later.
Glad you could make it, Grandpa Kip. I don't even know if you're older than me. That's the funny part. That's actually my favorite thing is to call people old who are younger than me.
Thank you.
I don't know.
Anyway, so yeah, this was fun. If you had a fun out there, feel free to all the things we're supposed to do, like, comment, subscribe, follow, or whatever it is on Facebook. Share with your friends or with your enemies if you want to confuse them with things. That's
Anita, never stop being you. You are
yes,
the something that keeps on giving.
Yes, indeed, yes, and amen. So yeah. If you want to share out of spite, we're always cool with that too. Man, we'll be back next week with some more things, perhaps.
Thank you for joining us for Bible Study Wednesdays.
Wednesday, that is a good night for Bible studies.
It is. It's the other Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in one of those churches.
Yeah, and also, what are you people doing not in church and watching us? That's
for real, man. You can't grow if you're not in a small group. That's what they told us at our church.
Mm-hmm. And look at me, also, I'm still short.
The indoctrination doesn't work if you're not also in a small group. That's beside the point.
This is good. I like this.
Moonbeam Matt.
Tell me Aquinas. Why have wait, Aquinas? I get it. Oh, that's my new favorite thing ever. Thank you, BS.
Man, if you only knew the conversations I had with ChatGPT after I smoked my cousin's green stuff. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Real quick, but I thought God's will was so there was suffering and bad things, and I don't understand.
Suffering matters. Wait, so there.
But apparently we wouldn't have it if we were in God's will. But now that we didn't abide in God's will, then we're having His will of a bad time.
But it seems like the hierarchical structure of things is important to God. I don't understand. The argument against hierarchy because of God doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because that is a hierarchy. God is above everything. Except what he can't do. He's not above that. Right.
All right. Well, so yeah, thanks again for joining us tonight, everybody. And I do mean everybody. That was good times. We appreciate it. All right.
Anita, be sure to journal afterwards. Sounds like you need it.
Yes, get those thoughts out. I don't know. Any other words, Matt, before you Benny those dicks?
No. Benediction.
Hmm.
I don't know what that was.
I dug it.
I was like, it's not a sign of the cross. It's hands forward is opposite. I don't know. It's late. May your things and stuff be forever with your people.
And we'll see you next week. Bye, everybody.